You ever get that feeling like humanity's been missing a page from its own history book? That's exactly what we walked into the day we landed on Cradle. At first, it looked like just another alien world, strange sky, twisted rocks, the usual. But the ground felt aware. The ruins weren't dead. They were watching us. And every step we took uncovered something older, smarter, and far more human than it should have been. We didn't just find evidence of a lost civilization. We found Whisper's warnings buried beneath the soil, waiting for someone reckless enough to listen. The descent onto Cradle was smoother than anyone had dared to hope. The landing craft hummed softly as it cut through the thinning atmosphere, the salmon-hued sky casting an otherworldly glow across the landscape. Commander Elias Park sat rigid in his seat, eyes scanning the vista that spread beneath them, a panorama both alien and hauntingly familiar. Jagged rock formations stretched out like the bones of some colossal creature long dead. Sparse vegetation, twisted and gnarled, clung stubbornly to the cracked earth. Yet there was something almost comforting in the planet's Earth-like appearance, a primeval echo of home. Touchdown in T-10, the pilot's voice crackled over the comm around Elias. The crew stirred, anticipation taut in the cabin air. Dra. Mar Ellison, the expedition's lead archaeologist, adjusted the straps of her field pack, her sharp eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses reflecting the faint glow of the control panel. Beside her, Dar Sanvi Rao, the linguist, flipped through her notebook filled with cryptic symbols and hastily sketched theories. Lieutenant Jonas Cade, the security officer, checked his gear with methodical precision. When the craft's landing legs kissed the ground, a thin plume of dust rose, swirling like a ghostly veil, before settling. The ramp lowered with a soft hiss, and the team stepped out into the alien air. Mara inhaled deeply, the scent faintly metallic but tinged with the freshness of damp earth. Her boots crunched against stones that seemed unnervingly hand-carved, their surfaces etched with patterns both intricate and alien. "Commander, look at this," Mara called, kneeling beside a large stone monolith partially buried in the soil. The markings on its surface glimmered subtly, as if alive beneath the layers of dust and time. She traced a finger along the grooves, the texture surprisingly smooth despite the apparent age. Elias approached, his normally composed features betraying a flicker of awe. These aren't natural formations." Sanvi joined them, her eyes widening. "This script, it's unlike anything in the databases. And yet there's a logic to it, a language waiting to be awakened." As the sun climbed higher, the team worked swiftly to establish their base camp. Tents sprouted like mushrooms around a cleared area, advanced equipment unpacked and powered up. The ruins loomed beyond, silent and inscrutable, their shadow stretching long across the cracked earth. Even as the day wore on, the weight of their discovery settled like a stone in their chests. These ruins were not just remnants of a forgotten people. They predated all known human history. The implications were staggering. Was this planet truly humanity's cradle? Had they just unearthed the genesis of human civilization itself? Nightfall brought a chill that seeped into the bones. Around a flickering holographic map projected in the center of camp, heated discussions broke out. Some argued for immediate disclosure to Earth's authorities, while others cautioned restraint, wary of the upheaval such knowledge could provoke. Mara's gaze drifted to the stars overhead, each one a distant sun in an infinite sea. Somewhere out there, the story of humanity was being rewritten. The question was who would be ready to listen, and what secrets did Cradle still hold beneath its ancient stones. Dawn broke over the Cradle, its pale amber light filtering through the thin atmosphere and casting long, slanted shadows over the excavation site. Drita? Elena Marquez stood at the forefront, her gaze fixed on the freshly unearthed stone tablets that lay half-buried in the ochre soil. The air was crisp, tinged with the faint scent of disturbed earth, and the metallic tang of the advanced scanning devices humming steadily around the perimeter. The tablets were unlike anything the team had expected. Covered in intricate, looping symbols that shimmered faintly under the early light. They defied classification. Elena's fingers trembled slightly as she brushed away the dust, revealing patterns that suggested deliberate design and ancient script, yet utterly alien in composition. Nearby, Jurta Arjun Patel crouched, sketching the artifacts into his journal, his brow furrowed as he attempted to reconcile the images with known historical frameworks. "Look at this," Alina called softly, motioning Professor Kai Zheng over. Kai approached, his sharp eyes narrowing behind his glasses as he activated a holographic interface, projecting a three-dimensional model of the tablets into the air. He traced the lines with a digital stylus, his mind racing to decode the complex glyphs. "These symbols," Kai murmured, "they don't match any known language families. Not Proto-Indo-European, not Sumerian, not even the constructed languages of early human settlements. This could be an entirely lost linguistic system, one that predates everything we know." Alina nodded, her excitement mingling with a creeping sense of apprehension. "If this is true, it means humanity's history is far older and far more complex than we've ever imagined. It changes everything." As the team set up a makeshift laboratory near the site, the atmosphere grew charged with anticipation. Holographic projections, linguistic models, and cultural analyses unfolded across the glowing screens. Kai worked tirelessly, sometimes muttering to himself as he struggled to find patterns or connections. Arjun provided cultural context, positing theories about societal structures and symbolic meaning, while Alina coordinated the efforts with a blend of determination and caution. But beneath the surface excitement, tension simmered. Captain Sarah Jensen, overseeing security, observed the growing divisions among the scientists and expedition members. At a meeting held under the harsh fluorescent lights of the base camp's conference room, voices clashed. "We can't just keep this secret," argued Alina, her voice steady but urgent. "The world needs to know the truth about our origins. Humanity deserves to reclaim its forgotten past." "Disclosure could destabilize societies," countered Arjun, his tone measured but firm. "Imagine the political, religious, and social upheaval this could cause. We risk tearing apart the fragile cohesion of our civilization." Kai leaned forward, fingers steepled. "And what if there are forces perhaps still active that meant for this knowledge to remain buried? We may be inviting danger by digging too deep." A silence followed, thick and heavy. Outside, the wind whispered through the alien grasses, as if echoing the unspoken fears of the team. That night, Sarah stood watch alone near the excavation boundary. The twin moons hung low in the sky, casting a cold silver glow over the landscape. Her breath came in steady puffs, the quiet punctuated only by distant, unidentifiable sounds from the wilderness beyond. She remained alert, her thoughts heavy with the possibility that the planet itself might resist their intrusion. Back at the camp, Alina stared at the tablets once more, the strange symbols etched deeply into stone. The whispers beneath the soil were growing louder, not just in sound, but in meaning, pulling the expedition into a labyrinth of discovery, doubt, and danger. As the night deepened, the team faced a choice that would shape not only their future, but the destiny of humanity itself. To unveil the truths buried for millennia, or to shield the world from revelations that could rewrite the story of existence. The afternoon sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the jagged landscape of Cradle's enigmatic ruins. Inside the expedition's temporary base, a palpable tension simmered as Kyara Singh adjusted the settings on the geophysical scanner. The device hummed softly, its sensors probing beneath the soil, seeking answers hidden in darkness. Lena Marquez stood beside the console, her eyes fixed on the holographic display that blossomed into view, a complex network of chambers glowing beneath the surface like ghostly veins. Her breath caught at the scale of it. "These aren't just storage rooms or simple catacombs," she murmured, voice steady despite the excitement rising within her. "This is an entire subterranean city." Commander Elias Voss entered the tent, his expression unreadable. "Report," he said simply. Kiara turned, pointing at the projection. The The scans reveal a sprawling network extending at least a kilometer in every direction beneath the ruins. The architecture suggests advanced engineering, with large central halls and smaller chambers branching off. She paused, her gaze meeting Elias's. There's evidence of structural integrity maintained by some unknown technology. Haruto Kenzaki, who had been quietly reviewing translated symbols from the surface artifacts, looked up thoughtfully. If this civilization engineered such spaces underground, it implies they valued secrecy or protection. Perhaps they faced threats we have yet to understand. Lena nodded. It also changes our approach. We can't just excavate the surface and expect to understand their culture. The real story is beneath our feet. Elias ran a hand through his beard, weighing the options. Exploring these chambers could be dangerous. We don't know what defenses or environmental hazards lie below. Yet, the potential knowledge is immense. The room fell into a heavy silence. The decision to venture underground was not to be taken lightly. That night, the base hummed with quiet activity. Lena sat by the viewport, her silhouette framed by the alien constellations. Her mind drifted back to one of the recorded flashbacks from Earth's post-human epoch, a world transformed by genetic manipulation and technological ascendance, where the memory of this ancient civilization was deliberately erased to prevent repeating catastrophic mistakes. In the vision, faceless figures in sterile chambers manipulated genomes, wiping collective memory like a fading echo. Societies restructured themselves, severing ties to their origins in a desperate bid for survival. The irony was bitter. Humanity's true birthplace was lost not by time, but by intentional forgetting. As the flashback faded, Lena's resolve hardened. "We must uncover the truth," she whispered, "no matter the cost." The next morning, the expedition gathered for a briefing. Elias addressed the team with measured authority. "We will prepare for a cautious descent into the subterranean chambers. Safety protocols will be strict. We proceed to learn what we can about this civilization that predates us all." Tensions between curiosity and caution rippled through the group. Some advocated for transparency and bold exploration. Others warned of the risks to their own identities and the fragile stability of human understanding. The echo of silence beneath the soil beckoned, promising revelations and dangers that would challenge everything they believed about their origins and future. As Lena and her team prepared their gear, the ruins above seemed to watch silently, guardians of secrets buried by time and will. The expedition's journey into the unknown was just beginning, and with every step downward, the shadows of the ancients grew longer, whispering warnings lost to memory but not to fate. The echoes of silence called them forward, and none could say what awaited in the dark. The translucent screen shimmered faintly in the dim light of the excavation tent, its surface alive with intricate symbols that flickered and shifted under draw. Elena Marquez's careful touch. She traced the glowing lines with a stylus, her brow furrowed in concentration. The symbols, etched into ancient stone artifacts recovered from the Cradle's ruins, had eluded understanding since the expedition's arrival. But now, with the aid of advanced AI algorithms and cross-disciplinary insights, Elena sensed the first real breakthrough. "Look at this," she whispered, barely daring to disturb the heavy silence that had settled over the room. The symbols began coalescing into patterns, complex and elegant, that suggested more than mere pictographs. They were a language, yes, but one steeped in philosophy and technology intertwined. Captain Mira Solano leaned over Elena's shoulder, eyes sharp beneath her furrowed brow. "Are you certain? This could redefine everything we know about humanity's origins." Elena nodded slowly, the weight of the discovery pressing on her. "It's not just language. These symbols describe principles of bioengineering, societal governance, even metaphysical concepts. It's a window into a civilization that thought deeply about existence itself." Across the room, Jin Park adjusted his headset, fingers flying over a holographic keyboard as he integrated AI-assisted translation programs with Elena's findings. The hum of servers and computational processes filled the air. a stark contrast to the ancient relics scattered across tables and display pads. "The A is beginning to identify grammar structures," Jin said, eyes sparkling with excitement. "It's like nothing I've ever seen. Their language encodes multiple layers of meaning simultaneously: symbolic, literal, and emotional." Professor Darius Chen approached, holding a small tablet carved from a translucent, glassy mineral. "I found this near the northern dig site," he said, voice low with reverence. "The pictographs here hint at a cataclysm, a massive event that fractured their society." Mira's gaze hardened. "Could this be why they vanished?" "More than vanished," Darius replied. "Their records suggest a deliberate cultural suppression, a conscious erasure of their own history. They feared the knowledge might trigger the same disaster again." A hush fell. The notion that a civilization would choose oblivion over survival was almost unfathomable. Yet here, on Cradle, the evidence was irrefutable. Later, in the command tent, the team gathered for a tense discussion. The implications of their discovery rippled through the group, like an electric current. "If we reveal this too soon," warned Justa Marquez, "we risk destabilizing the very identity of humanity. This knowledge challenges our understanding of ourselves and could cause chaos." "But hiding it," countered Jin, "denies humanity the chance to learn from our ancestors' mistakes. We have a duty to share this." Captain Solano weighed their words carefully. "We must balance transparency with caution. The world isn't ready for this truth, but neither can we bury it forever." As the debate raged, Alina returned to her work, her fingers dancing over the screen. More symbols emerged, more secrets whispered through time. Among them were warnings, encoded protocols that spoke of erasure and protection, of knowledge so dangerous it had to be locked away. The ancient civilization's voice, long silent, was growing louder. It spoke of hubris and hope, of destruction, and the fragile thread of survival. And as the team delved deeper, they realized that understanding this forgotten tongue was not just about decoding language, it was about decoding humanity's own uncertain future. The night deepened outside the tent, stars flickering like distant memories. Inside, the flicker of holographic symbols cast ghostly shadows on determined faces, as the expedition stood at the threshold of a revelation that could change everything or unravel everything they believed about themselves. "We have to keep going," Alina said softly, almost to herself, "because if we don't remember, we are doomed to repeat." But beneath the weight of that truth lay a question no one dared yet to ask. What if some knowledge was never meant to be found? The hum of machines mingled with the whispered echoes of the past, and the forgotten tongue began to speak once more, its voice resolute and haunting, beckoning humanity to listen and to choose wisely. The entrance to the underground chambers yawned before them like a dark maw swallowing light and hope. Dra. Mara El-Said adjusted her helmet's illumination, the beam swinging across walls etched with iridescent symbols that pulsed faintly in the stale air. "Keep your eyes sharp," she murmured, voice barely above the whispering hum of their equipment. Captain Jonah Reyes led the line, his boots crunching softly against the gravel-strewn floor, senses alert to any sign of danger. The air was heavy with a stillness that seemed unnatural, as if the very planet held its breath. Dra. Soren Volt trailed behind, fingers twitching over the handheld scanner, which blinked erratically, overwhelmed by ancient yet active energy fields. "This place. It's alive," Soren muttered, eyes fixed on the readings. Some kind of system still operational after all this time. Lena Kurov, her translator device humming quietly, read aloud fragments of the inscriptions: "Guardians, silence, eternal vigilance." Her voice was steady, but the words sent a chill through the group. Suddenly, a low mechanical whir broke the silence. From a recessed alcove, a sleek, metallic drone unfolded like a spider awakening from a long slumber. Its blue sensors blinked to life, scanning the intruders with an unblinking gaze. The air vibrated as its limbs extended, joints clicking with precise, cold efficiency. "Contact!" Automated defense system. Captain Rise barked, drawing his sidearm and signaling the team to take cover. Mara's heart pounded as she ducked behind a crumbling pillar, eyes locked on the unmoving machine that now threatened their lives. Soren frantically tapped commands into his tablet, attempting to override the drone's protocols. I can't get past the firewall. This A is ancient, but sophisticated post-human, definitely. The drone fired a burst of energy, crackling through the dim corridor. Sparks flew as the beam struck the wall inches from Mara's shoulder. She scrambled backward, adrenaline surging through her veins.
"Fall back!"
Ray's commanded, voice calm but urgent. The team retreated through the winding corridors, dodging automated traps and crumbling debris triggered in their wake. The labyrinth seemed designed not just to protect but to confound any trespassers. As they fled, the faint glow of the glyphs began to fade, the chambers sinking back into darkness. Reaching the stairwell, Mara paused to glance back, the weight of what they had encountered settling heavily upon her. Outside, beneath the alien sky streaked with unfamiliar constellations, the team gathered, breaths ragged, bodies trembling. This civilization's reach was far greater than we imagined, Mara said softly, eyes reflecting both fear and fascination. Their technology. It's post-human, and it's still guarding their secrets. Captain Reyes nodded. We've only just scratched the surface. Our mission just became a lot more dangerous. Lena adjusted her translator and looked up at the ruins that loomed behind them, silent and inscrutable. What were they so afraid of? The question hung in the air, heavy and unresolved, as the shadows of the ancients stretched long beneath the twin moons of Cradle. The descent had been deliberate and cautious, but nothing could have prepared them for the living history that awaited in the depths. The team's flashlights swept over walls covered in intricate carvings, depicting scenes of a civilization at its zenith, cities suspended in air, beings merging flesh and machine, and starships charting unknown galaxies. Mara's hands trembled slightly as she traced the lines of a particularly elaborate figure, a humanoid form with cybernetic wings unfurled. They weren't just survivors. They were pioneers of evolution, she whispered. Their progress was suddenly halted by a metallic clank echoing through the chamber. From the shadows, a cluster of drones emerged, their movements synchronized and methodical. Captain Reyes raised his weapon, signaling the team to hold their ground. Soren's voice cracked over the comms. I'm detecting power surges. These systems are linked. If one activates, they all respond. The drones advanced, their sensors flaring with increasing intensity. A tense standoff ensued, broken only when one drone emitted a piercing sound that triggered a series of defense turrets hidden in alcoves. Energy beams sliced through the air, narrowly missing the team as they scrambled for cover.
"Retreat!"
Mara shouted, urgency lacing her words. We were not ready for this. The scramble back was a chaotic bullet of quick decisions and near misses. Lena's translator beeped warnings as she deciphered inscriptions pointing to the ruins' purpose as a last bastion against unknown threats. Emerging into the waning light of the evening, the team exhaled collectively, the weight of the encounter sinking deep. This was no mere archaeological dig. It was a confrontation with the legacy of a civilization whose fears and defenses had endured millennia. As night cloaked the Cradle, the explorers huddled around their campfires, minds racing with questions and possibilities. The ancients had left shadows that now stirred with the footsteps of those daring enough to seek the truths buried beneath. The discovery had changed everything, and the echoes of the past whispered warnings that could not be ignored. The air inside the main tent hung thick with unspoken tension, an almost tangible weight pressing down on the gathered members of the expedition. Lena Morales paced slowly before the assembled group, her voice steady but laced with urgency. We have uncovered something that challenges everything we thought we knew about human history, she said, eyes sweeping the room. This isn't just a relic or a forgotten civilization. This is our cradle, our genesis, and it demands transparency. Commander Elias Trent folded his arms, his gaze stern as he replied, Lena, I understand the scientific imperative, but we must consider the consequences. Revealing this to the world could destabilize societies, governments, entire belief systems. Are we prepared for that fallout? A murmur rippled through the room, the lines between science and responsibility blurring. Amina Faisal raised a hand, her voice calm but firm. Suppressing knowledge because we fear the reaction is itself a betrayal. We owe it to humanity to share the truth, even if it is unsettling. The debate escalated, voices overlapping, each argument layered with passion and fear. Some feared that revealing the ancient civilization would unravel the foundations of modern identity, while others saw it as an awakening long overdue. Outside, the planet seemed to listen. Jude and Rajiv Patel crouched beside a patch of bioluminescent flora, their soft glow pulsing in time with an almost imperceptible rhythm. He reached out tentatively, brushing a finger against a leaf, and the light flared brighter, bathing his face in an ethereal blue. A low hum filled the air, vibrating through the ground and rising into the night sky. Rajiv whispered to himself, "This planet, it's alive. Not just biologically, but somehow aware. It's reacting to us." Back inside the command tent, Elias stood before the viewport, the ruins sprawling below bathed in the fading light of dusk. The sky above shimmered faintly, colors shifting in patterns that defied explanation. His mind churned with the enormity of their discovery and the burden of leadership in these uncertain times. Later that night, Amina sat alone, her fingers dancing across her data pad as she analyzed streams of environmental readings. Patterns emerged, fluctuations in atmospheric composition, subtle seismic shifts, and bioelectrical signals that defied natural explanation. The planet's systems pulsed with life, responding to every footstep, every breath taken by the expedition. She leaned back, a chill running down her spine. Cradle isn't just a place, she thought. It's a sentinel, a keeper of memories, and it's watching us. The fractures within the team deepened. Trust wavered as factions formed, those who sought to protect humanity by guarding the secret, and those who believed in the necessity of revelation. The planet itself became a silent participant in this struggle, its subtle reactions weaving through the fabric of their discoveries. As the first hints of dawn crept over the horizon, Lena gathered the team once more. "We stand at a crossroads," she said softly. "The choices we make here will echo through time. But whatever path we take, we must remember that the past is not just history, it is the foundation of our future." Outside, Cradle pulsed gently, its living heart beating in time with the fractured memories of a civilization long forgotten, but not forever lost. The sun dipped low beyond the jagged horizon of Cradle, casting long shadows over the sprawling ruins that sprawled beneath the team's feet. The air was thick with dust and the faint hum of ancient mechanisms stirring to life. Maya Lin stood at the forefront, her breath steady but her heart pounding in sync, with the rhythmic glow pulsing from the colossal structure, before them the heart of the Cradle, an archive lost to time but now on the cusp of awakening. "This is it," Maya murmured, fingers tracing the glowing glyphs etched deep into the archive's entrance. The symbols shimmered faintly under her touch, as if acknowledging her presence. Around her, the team gathered, Captain Elias Moro, ever vigilant and commanding. Sanvi Rao, whose eyes sparkled with the promise of scientific discovery, and Jax Calder, fingers already dancing across his portable scanner, mapping the structure's energy signature. "Are we ready for this?" Elias's voice cut through the thick silence, his gaze flicking between the ancient doorway and the faces of his team. "Once we step inside, there's no turning back." Maya nodded, swallowing the lump in her throat. "We have to be. For humanity's sake." With a steadying breath, she pressed her palm against the central glyph. The surface rippled like liquid glass and then slowly receded, revealing a vast chamber bathed in a soft cerulean light. The air inside was cool, carrying a faint scent of ozone and something inexplicably organic. The walls, curved and seamless, bore intricate carvings that twisted and flowed with the grace of living organisms. Sanvi stepped forward, her fingers brushing the nearest wall. "This is bioengineered stone," she whispered, all lacing her words. It adapts and responds to the environment alive in a way we can hardly comprehend. Jax's scanner beeped rapidly, capturing data streams that coursed invisibly around them. The energy here is off the charts. Whatever powered this place was beyond anything we've encountered. As they ventured deeper, the chamber's center erupted in a cascade of light. Holographic projections shimmered into existence, threads of blue and white twisting into shapes both alien and familiar. Towers rose and fell. Landscapes bloomed and withered. Bioengineered creatures, some eerily humanoid, others utterly strange, danced through the light. Maya's eyes widened as she recognized the sequences unfolding, genetic codes, architectural schematics, and social constructs all woven together in a tapestry of knowledge. This archive isn't just a record, she breathed. It's a living history, a blueprint of the civilization that came before us. The projections shifted, focusing now on detailed images of human ancestors, their forms morphing as they displayed stages of bioengineering enhancements. Muscular limbs gave way to sleek, adaptive skin. Neural pathways glowed with artificial synapses. The earliest days of post-human evolution played out in ghostly light. Sanvi's voice trembled with excitement. They weren't just survivors, they were pioneers, shaping themselves and their world in ways we're only beginning to understand. Captain Moreau's eyes narrowed, his mind racing beyond the wonders to the weight of responsibility. If this knowledge falls into the wrong hands, we must be careful, Maya agreed. But hiding it away won't protect anyone. It's our legacy, our origin. We need to understand it, even if it challenges everything we thought we knew. Jax's scanner suddenly flared, detecting a dormant system awakening beneath the projections. Some of these mechanisms are still active. There's more here than just data. There could be technology, weapons, or worse. A tense silence fell. The team exchanged glances, the excitement mingling with an undercurrent of fear. The Cradle's heart beat steadily before them, a beacon of forgotten knowledge and untold power. Then we proceed with caution, Elias declared. We're the custodians now. Hours passed as they sifted through the projections, piecing together fragments of a civilization that had shaped the very essence of humanity. Each revelation was a spark illuminating shadows, igniting questions, and weaving a narrative that spanned millennia. Maya could feel it in her bones. The archive was more than a repository. It was a call across time, a message woven in light and life, urging them to remember who they were and to decide who they would become. As the chamber's light dimmed with the setting sun, the team prepared to delve deeper, unaware of the eyes watching from the shadows beyond the ruins. The Cradle was awakening, and with it, the echoes of the past stirred once more. The chamber was silent save for the soft hum of the archive's awakening systems. As Alara Voss approached the central console, the room bathed in a pale blue glow. A cascade of holographic data spiraled into the air before her. The Dina helices, impossibly intricate and alive with color, twisted and turned like living sculptures. Alara's breath caught in her throat, fingers trembling slightly as she reached out, unable to resist the urge to touch the shimmering strands. "It's unlike anything I've ever seen," she murmured, eyes wide with wonder. Professor Malik Chen joined her, adjusting his glasses as he examined the overlay of genetic sequences and corresponding societal data. "These aren't just biological modifications," he said thoughtfully. "They're a record of a civilization evolving not only physically but culturally in tandem." Post-human evolution was as much about social adaptation as it was about genetic change. Alara nodded, absorbing the depth of their find. The archive revealed a civilization that had manipulated its genetic makeup with surgical precision, embedding traits designed to enhance cognition, resilience, and even empathy. Yet, intertwined with the biological advancements were shifts in societal structures, new forms of governance, communal living, and philosophical frameworks that seemed to prioritize harmony between individuals and the environment. Meanwhile, Captain Sarandor stood near the viewport, her gaze fixed on the alien horizon of Cradle. The twin suns dipped low, casting elongated shadows across the rocky terrain. Her mind churned with conflicting thoughts. If they could engineer themselves to such an extent, she mused aloud, what does that mean for us? For humanity's future? Are we ready to follow their path, or are we risking something more profound? Aidan Rourke, who had been working silently at a side console, looked up. I'm interfacing with the neural networks embedded within the archive's biosynthetic systems, he reported, his voice tinged with excitement and caution. The technology is so advanced it blurs the line between organic and synthetic intelligence. Accessing it could unlock knowledge we never dreamed of. But there's a risk tampering with it might trigger defensive protocols or corrupt our systems. The group gathered around, the weight of their discovery settling over them. This was more than an archaeological find. It was a living testament to humanity's forgotten potential and its possible futures. Yet, with this knowledge came responsibility and uncertainty. How much should they reveal? How much should they attempt to replicate or integrate? Alara's fingers danced over the holographic interface, pulling up sequences that seemed to encode traits enhancing emotional intelligence and longevity. They engineered empathy, she said softly, not just for survival, but to cultivate understanding. It's beautiful and terrifying. Malik's eyes darkened. But it also suggests they faced challenges that forced such measures, perhaps threats we have yet to comprehend. Sarah turned from the window, her expression resolute. We need to prepare for those challenges too. This planet, this archive, it's a crossroads. We can either learn and grow, or repeat their mistakes. The team debated late into the artificial night, the archive projecting visions of ancient cities, genetic blueprints, and philosophical treatises. Each revelation pulled them deeper into the threads of evolution woven by those who came before. Yet beneath the exhilaration lay unease. Some feared that embracing the post-human path could mean losing what it meant to be human. Others saw it as the next step in survival and enlightenment. The conversation was not just scientific but deeply personal about identity, legacy, and the essence of life itself. As the archive systems dimmed for the cycle, Alara lingered, her eyes resting on a final projection, a spiral of dye intertwined with a symbol representing unity. It was a message from the ancients, a hope or a warning. We stand at the edge of a vast unknown, she whispered, and the choices we make here will echo for generations. Outside, Cradle's twin suns rose again, casting fresh light on a planet that held the keys to humanity's past and perhaps its future. The expedition had uncovered threads that could weave a new tapestry of evolution, but the pattern remained uncertain, fragile, and full of possibility. The low hum of the ancient archive was a constant presence in the background as Doralina Vasquez adjusted the holo interface before her. The dim light flickered softly, casting long shadows on the walls etched with symbols that had confounded humanity for centuries. Tonight, however, the symbols began to speak in a language that was once lost, but was now being painstakingly recovered. Look at this, Alina whispered, eyes scanning the rapidly translating text that shimmered across the translucent screen. The Arasha Protocol. Malik Wren, seated beside her, leaned forward, his fingers dancing over the controls as he pieced together fragments of meaning from the ancient code. It's a fail-safe, he said, voice low and steady, yet tinged with disbelief. They wiped their own memories, their culture, to prevent something catastrophic from happening again. The weight of that realization settled heavily over the room. The ancients, the very civilization they had come to understand as humanity's true origin, had deliberately erased their history to protect their future, or perhaps to protect the galaxy from repeating a devastating mistake. Outside, the night on Cradle was serene, stars shimmering against the dark velvet sky. But within the base camp, unease had begun to take root. Captain Aidan Cross stood watch near the perimeter, his sharp gaze scanning the horizon. Earlier that evening, unexplained interference had caused several equipment failures, communications scrambled, sensors flickering unpredictably. Something's out there, Aidan muttered into his comm, voice tight with suspicion. We were not alone. Back inside the lab, Sarah Nader sat hunched over her neural scanner, monitoring brainwave patterns of the team members as they processed the new revelations. Suddenly, her own vision blurred, colors swirling and sounds warping around her. A cold wave of disorientation washed over her, as if an unseen force was tugging at the edges of her consciousness. Sarah. Elena's voice cut through the haze. "Are you all right?" Blinking rapidly, Sarah nodded, but the lingering sensation of mental fog was undeniable. "It's like something is trying to block my memories," she whispered. "Like the planet itself or something else is enforcing that protocol now." The room fell silent, each member grappling with the implications. If the Erasure protocol was still active, if forces unknown were watching and suppressing knowledge, then their mission was in peril. Later, during the heated council meeting in the main tent, voices clashed in a storm of urgency and fear. Some argued for full disclosure, believing humanity deserved the truth no matter the cost. Others advocated caution, fearing that revealing such knowledge might unravel the fragile identity of modern civilization. "We risk everything by sharing this," one scientist warned. The cultural erasure wasn't just history, it was a warning. "But hiding it only perpetuates ignorance," countered another. "We have a responsibility to learn and grow." Captain Cross slammed his fist on the table.
Enough!
"If we can't trust each other, we're doomed. We have to figure out who or what is watching and stop it before it stops us." Tension thickened the air, the seeds of mistrust taking root. The expedition was no longer just a scientific endeavor. It had become a battleground between memory and oblivion. Outside, unseen eyes flickered in the darkness, observing, calculating. The ancient legacy of the Cradle was alive, and it demanded a reckoning. As the night deepened, so did the shadows around them. The Erasure Protocol was not merely a relic of the past, it was a living force, a guardian of secrets that humanity was only beginning to comprehend. And the question remained, could they face the truth without losing themselves in the process? The journey ahead promised not only discovery, but a test of what it truly meant to remember and to forget. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the rugged terrain of Cradle as the expedition camp settled into a restless twilight. The air held a charged stillness, a subtle shift that seemed to hum beneath the surface of the planet itself. Elena Marquez stepped outside the central dome, her breath misting in the cooling air, eyes scanning the darkening sky. She had noticed the unusual energy readings on the sensor's earlier ripples that defied any known natural phenomenon. A faint distortion shimmered near the camp's perimeter, bending the twilight like a heat haze, though the temperature betrayed no warmth. Elena's pulse quickened as a soft, melodic hum filled the air, a sound that seemed to thread through her mind rather than her ears. It was haunting, beautiful, and impossibly ancient. She reached out instinctively, her hand trembling as if to grasp the intangible melody. Inside the command center, Captain Jiro Tanaka observed the data streams flickering on the monitors. "We were picking up something," he announced, voice steady but tinged with concern. "Not an environmental anomaly. Something else." Samir Patel adjusted the sensors, his fingers dancing over the controls. "It's like an energy field, but it's alive, responding to our presence." Elena returned to the dome, her face illuminated by the soft glow of holographic projections. "I felt it," she said quietly. "There's intelligence here. Not just relics or echoes, but a conscious watcher." The team exchanged uneasy glances. For days they had sensed that Cradle was more than a forgotten world. It was a sentinel holding secrets that challenged the very foundations of human history. That night, as the camp's systems monitored the surroundings, the watchers made themselves known more clearly. Mira, a form of luminescent energy, appeared within the ancient archive chamber. To the human eye, Mira shimmered like a living aurora, its shifting colors casting surreal patterns on the weathered stone walls. It moved with deliberate grace, weaving through glyphs and holographic records, projecting pulses of light and sound that resonated with the team's neural interfaces. Through these cryptic transmissions, Mira communicated warnings. The civilization that had risen on Cradle had faced catastrophic hubris, nearly annihilating themselves and the planet. The Watchers were their successors, protectors tasked with guarding this legacy until humanity proved itself ready to bear the knowledge without repeating past mistakes. Captain Tanaka convened the team in the main hall, the holograms flickering as they displayed the Watchers' subtle interactions from power fluctuations in equipment to inexplicable movements caught on infrared scans. "We were not alone," he said, voice resolute, "and whatever they are, they're rewatching us closely." Debate raged. Some, like Alina, saw this as a profound opportunity to bridge worlds and histories. Others feared the implications. What if these entities judged humanity unfit? What price would they pay for transgression? Mira's presence was both a beacon and a gauntlet. The Watchers' ethereal forms danced at the edges of perception, reminding the team that Cradle's secrets were not to be taken lightly. As the expedition faced the profound responsibility of stewardship, the boundary between observer and participant blurred, and the true test of humanity's evolution began. The night deepened, and the Watcher's light pulsed gently, a silent promise and a warning that the echoes of the Cradle were far from silent. The conference room buzzed with low murmurings, the air thick with tension as holographic images of the Watchers flickered against the metal walls. Dre. Alina Marquez paced slowly, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the arm of her chair. "We cannot ignore them any longer," she said, her voice steady but edged with urgency. "They're watching us, yes, but they're also waiting. We have to decide how to proceed." Commander Ryo Takashi leaned forward, his gaze sharp beneath his furrowed brow. Waiting, or judging, his words hung heavy in the stale air. If they were guardians, then what if our every move is a test? Lion Chen, seated near the projection console, adjusted the settings to bring a clearer image of the shimmering figure that had appeared just hours earlier. Mira's presence isn't just observation, it's communication. We've intercepted fragments of their language, and it suggests a purpose beyond simple surveillance. Dra. Samuel Oze, eyes still fixed on his portable holo display, interrupted with a note of disbelief. The genetic data wave uncovered its staggering. The sequences match no known human genome exactly, but they bear unmistakable markers of ancient bioengineering. It suggests that what we call humanity on Earth today may be a continuation, or perhaps an offshoot of this original experiment. A hush fell over the room. The implications rippled through every mind present, each grappling with the seismic shift in understanding their own identity. "You're saying," Ryo began cautiously, "that we are descendants of this lost civilization, that we carry their legacy in our very DNA." "More than that," Elena replied, eyes alight with a mix of awe and dread. "It's possible that the memory wiped the Erasure protocol we discovered was designed not only to protect their knowledge, but to allow a new genesis, to let humanity evolve anew, perhaps free from the mistakes of the past." The room erupted into debate. Some argued for disclosure and transparency, believing humanity had the right to know its true origins. Others counseled caution, fearing upheaval and the destabilization of identity on a global scale. The Watchers' presence loomed like a silent jury, their intentions inscrutable. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and Mira's form coalesced in the center of the room, a living hologram of shifting light and shadow. Her voice echoed softly inside each mind, simultaneously intimate and vast. "You stand at a crossroads," she intoned. "To remember is to awaken. To awaken is to choose." Elena stepped forward, her voice steady but respectful. "Why reveal yourselves now? Why allow us to bear this burden?" Mira's form pulsed gently. "Because the cycle approaches its end. The legacy must be understood, or it will be lost again. The experiment you embody was designed to learn, to adapt, and to endure. The past is not a prison but a foundation." The room fell silent, the weight of her words settling deep. Outside, the alien stars of Cradle shimmered cold and indifferent, yet beneath them, The team felt the stirrings of something ancient and profound. Over the following days, the team delved deeper into the archives and genetic sequences, piecing together a narrative of hope and warning. The Watchers continued their silent vigil, guiding subtly but never imposing. Tensions within the team waxed and waned as ideological divides surfaced. Some members saw themselves as inheritors of a sacred trust. Others feared becoming pawns in a cosmic design beyond their understanding. But amid the conflict, a fragile consensus emerged. The truths uncovered on Cradle demanded respect and careful stewardship. Humanity's story was no longer a simple tale of survival, but a complex tapestry woven through time, memory, and choice. As night fell over the base camp, Alina stood at the edge of the ruins, the cold wind carrying whispers of a forgotten age. "We are the fragments," she whispered to herself, "fragments of truth, of memory, of hope." Behind her, the Watchers watched, waiting for the next step in a journey that had only just begun, one that would redefine what it meant to be human. The questions hung in the air, unresolved but urgent. Could humanity accept this legacy? And if so, how would it shape the future? The echoes of the Cradle had begun to resonate within them all, and there was no turning back. The dispute over the Watchers' role fractured the expedition into factions. Alina found herself mediating between those who demanded full disclosure to Earth and those advocating secrecy to protect humanity's fragile identity. Commander Takashi's pragmatic leadership was tested as political pressures from Earth reached the colony, complicating decisions. Meanwhile, Lion Chen's linguistic breakthroughs revealed that the Watchers' language contained not only warnings but invitations to learn, to grow, to evolve beyond present limitations. These messages hinted at a shared destiny, binding the past to the future in a continuum. Samuel Ozzy's genetic analysis deepened with startling clarity. The ancient genome embedded within the planet's archives showed deliberate modifications that anticipated environmental changes and cognitive evolution. It was as if the original civilization had seeded humanity's potential, embedding safeguards and catalysts for development. One evening, in the subterranean archive chamber, the team gathered around a central holo-projector. Images unfolded of a world both alien and familiar, biological experiments, societal shifts, and moments of triumph and despair etched in light. The Watchers' presence was palpable, their ethereal forms blending with the projections as guides through history. Alina felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. "We are not just explorers," she said softly. "We are witnesses to a legacy that challenges everything we thought we knew. Our choices now will echo across generations." Her words resonated with the team, igniting a renewed commitment to honor the past while forging a path forward. The Watchers, once enigmatic observers, became reluctant allies in a shared mission to understand and protect the Cradle's secrets. As dawn approached, the base camp stirred with a quiet determination. The fragments of truth they had uncovered were pieces of a vast puzzle, one whose completion promised enlightenment but demanded courage. And somewhere deep beneath the planet's surface, the ancient machinery hummed softly, awaiting the next chapter in humanity's unfolding story. The echoes endured. The humid air of Cradle's dense jungle clung to Lara Mila's skin as she crouched beside a cluster of luminescent flora. The bioluminescence pulsed gently, casting soft azure glows on her weathered gloves. She reached out tentatively, her fingers brushing the surface of a strange vine that seemed to ripple beneath her touch. A faint harmonic sound, almost musical in quality, emitted from the plant, vibrating through the moist soil and into the roots that stretched wide beneath the surface. Elara's breath caught in her throat. It was more than just a plant. It was communicating, recording, perhaps something far beyond anything terrestrial biology had ever demonstrated. Nearby, the rest of the expedition busied themselves with their own investigations. Professor Malik Chen, the chief archaeologist, stood amidst an array of holographic projections in the temporary lab they had erected near the ruins. Beside him, Naya Redding, the neurotechnologist, manipulated a digital interface, her fingers dancing over the controls as they refined their latest invention. A biointerface device designed to tap into the planet's living memory. "This is unprecedented," Malik murmured, eyes locked on the streams of data flowing across the translucent screen. Cradle isn't just a planet. It's a repository of its own history. The environment itself acts as a sentient archive. Naya nodded, her eyes bright with excitement and caution. The biosphere stores biological data in ways we never imagined. These harmonic vibrations, the shifting patterns in the flora and fauna, they read biological data streams, encoding information about the ancient civilization that once thrived here. Alara joined them, wiping a bead of sweat from her brow. "So the planet remembers, it preserves. This changes everything. Our understanding of history, evolution, memory, even consciousness." Captain Aaron Voss entered the lab, his presence commanding immediate attention. His eyes scanned the room, settling on the holograms swirling with intricate patterns. "Explain how this affects the mission," he demanded. Malik stepped forward. "If we can interface with the planet's memory, we can access primary records of the civilization's rise and fall, data no archive or artifact can provide. But it's not without risk. The planet may respond to our intrusion. It's alive in a way we never anticipated." Aaron's gaze darkened. "We proceed carefully. This knowledge could redefine humanity's origins, but if we provoke the planet or whatever still watches over it, the consequences could be catastrophic." As the team activated the biointerface device, a symphony of colors erupted across the holographic projection. Pulsing lines of data intertwined with organic shapes, forming an intricate neural network that mirrored the planet's ecosystem. The air hummed with energy, and outside, the jungle seemed to pulse in harmony with the streams of information flowing through their instruments. Suddenly, a low harmonic vibration reverberated through the camp. Screens flickered, and the team exchanged startled glances. The planet was responding not silently, but with a voice that was part biological song, part technological signal. It was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Alara placed a hand over her heart, feeling the rapid beat match the planet's rhythm. "It's alive," she whispered. "More than alive, it remembers us. Or at least, it remembers them." Naya's fingers flew over the controls, stabilizing the interface as more data poured in. Images of sprawling cities, genetic schematics, and philosophical treatises emerged, fragments of a civilization that had mastered bioengineering and consciousness manipulation. The planet's memory was a complex, layered tapestry, revealing not just history but the intentions and fears of its inhabitants. Malik's voice was grave. "They erased themselves from history, but Cradle kept their story. We were the first to hear it in millennia." Aaron clenched his fists. "Then it's our responsibility to listen carefully and to decide what we do with this knowledge. The future of humanity might depend on it." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the jungle in shades of deep purple and gold, the team stood united yet wary. They had unlocked a secret older than any star in the sky. But the planet's memory was not a simple archive, it was a living, breathing entity, with its own will and warnings. And somewhere in the shadows of Cradle, unseen eyes watched their every move. The echoes of forgotten civilization stirred anew, and the story of humanity's true origin was only just beginning to unfold. Alara's days quickly became consumed by the task of decoding and interpreting the living data. The biointerface device connected directly to her neural pathways, allowing her to experience the planet's memories as visceral sensations, images, sounds, and emotions flooding her mind like a dreamscape. She saw the ancient cities rise and fall in panoramic visions, felt the pulse of genetic experimentation, and heard the philosophical debates that had once shaped this lost civilization. But with each revelation came a growing unease. The deeper she delved, the more she sensed a protective force woven into the planet's consciousness, a warning encoded in the very dana of the ecosystem. It was as if Cradle itself was wary of outsiders, reluctant to share its secrets freely. One evening, as the camp settled into uneasy quiet, Elara sat beneath the canopy, the biointerface humming softly in her hands. She reached out to the glowing vines and felt the planet's memory respond a subtle shift in the harmonic pattern that conveyed a message almost too complex to decipher. "It's a warning," she murmured into the night. "They erased their history for a reason. To prevent something worse from happening again." Malik joined her, eyes reflecting the faint glow of the bioluminescence. "Then we must be careful. Our discovery could awaken forces beyond our control." The planet's memory was a gift and a burden. As they prepared to explore further, the team grappled not only with scientific curiosity, but with the weight of responsibility. The living archive of Cradle held truths that could uplift or destroy humanity. And somewhere, beyond the veil of time and memory, the Watchers waited, judging whether these new visitors were worthy to inherit the legacy of the Cradle. The story was far from over. It was only just beginning to be told. The command center was alive with a frenetic energy, though the hum of equipment and the soft glow of holographic displays lent a surreal calm to the space. Elara Voss sat at the communication console, her fingers dancing over the controls as she fine-tuned the signal that had captured the team's collective attention for hours. The transmission was faint, almost imperceptible, buried beneath layers of electromagnetic noise that permeated the planet's core. Yet, it was undeniably artificial, a deliberate message encoded in waves of ancient energy. "Here it is again," Elara murmured, eyes narrowing as the static resolved into discernible tones, a pattern that repeated with haunting persistence. Commander Malik Reyes stepped beside her, arms crossed, his gaze sharp and unwavering. "Play it back at full clarity." The room filled with a crackling pulse, a rhythmic cadence that seemed almost like a heartbeat. Then, amidst the noise, a voice or something resembling one emerged. It was distorted yet laden with unmistakable urgency. The A-unit, Eris, transcribed the sounds in real time, converting them into a scrolling stream of symbols and fragmented phrases on the display. "Warning. Cosmic convergence. Extinction event imminent. Remember, prepare." The text blinked, fragments of a language partially decoded by their linguistic modules. Professor Naya Solberg approached, her expression a mix of fascination and dread. "This is extraordinary. It's as if the planet itself is trying to speak to us." Embedded deep within the planetary core, a message preserved through uns. Elara nodded, her hands steady despite the rapid beating of her heart. "It's a broadcast, a final transmission from the civilization that once thrived here. They encoded a warning about a cosmic threat that led to their downfall." Malik's eyes darkened, the weight of command settling heavily on his shoulders. "If this threat is still active, we could be in serious danger. But more than that, this message changes everything. It's not just a discovery, it's a call to action." The team gathered around, a palpable tension knitting their brows. The implications rippled through their minds. Had the ancient inhabitants faced a calamity that could one day return? Were they, the explorers, unwittingly awakening a dormant peril? Elara replayed the transmission repeatedly, each iteration revealing subtle nuances, a pattern in the static. A faint harmonic resonance that suggested the message was designed to be decoded only by advanced civilizations capable of understanding its complexity. The phrase "remember and prepare" suggests they hoped future generations would heed their warning. Eris intoned softly, its voice imbued with the synthetic calm of a patient teacher. "This is a legacy of survival, encoded not just in stone or data, but in the very fabric of the planet." Outside, the alien sky darkened as dusk settled over Cradle. The wind whispered through the ruins like a mournful echo of past civilizations. Malik stepped out of the command center, breathing in the cool air heavy with the scent of strange flora. His gaze drifted skyward, to the vast cosmos that had watched over humanity's hidden cradle for millennia. "We are standing at a crossroads," he mused, voice low. "This transmission is a beacon and a warning. We must unravel its full meaning before it's too late." Back inside, Elara's fingers hesitated over a delicate control panel. The message was fragmented, incomplete. The technology to fully decode it lay beyond their current reach. But the urgency was clear. The ancient civilization had faced a cosmic threat, one that jeopardized not just their survival, but potentially that of all who followed. The room fell into a reverent silence, each member of the expedition grappling with the enormity of their discovery. This was not simply a historical find. It was a living testament to the fragility of existence and the enduring quest for knowledge. Suddenly, the lights flickered. A ripple of interference coursed through the equipment. Aris's voice cut through the tension. Signal integrity compromised. Possible external interference detected. Ilara's heart skipped. Is someone or something trying to prevent us from hearing this? Malik's jaw tightened. We must stay vigilant. Whatever lies ahead, we are not alone in this fight. As night deepened over Cradle, the last transmission echoed through the base, a haunting reminder that the past was never truly gone, and that the future depended on the choices made in this fragile present. The expedition's focus sharpened. No longer were they mere explorers. They were guardians of a legacy written in the stars and etched into the very core of a planet, the legacy of a civilization's final plea, and a warning that could not be ignored. Ilara stared at the flickering holograms, determination hardening in her gaze. We have to decode the rest of the message. We owe it to them and to ourselves. Malik nodded, eyes reflecting the distant constellations. Then let's get to work. The universe is watching, and so are we. The transmission faded into silence, but its echoes endured, a clarion call to remember, to prepare, and to face whatever darkness awaited beyond the stars. The air aboard the expedition's main habitat module shimmered faintly, a subtle pulse that seemed to echo the rhythmic heartbeat of the planet itself. Dra. Ilara Miles stood at the edge of the laboratory's observation window, watching the expanse of Cradle's bioluminescent forests stretch beneath the pale twin moons. Her fingers tapped nervously against the digital tablet, the data streams flowing faster than she could fully comprehend. Ilara called Sophia Kim from across the room, her voice threaded with a mix of excitement and apprehension. You need to see this. The neural scans, something's changing. Ilara moved swiftly, her boots silent on the smooth floor. Sophia's workstation was alive with cascading symbols and fluctuating graphs, the neural interface headset still perched on her head. What is it? Ilara asked, leaning in. The signals from the planet's core, they were interacting with our neural implants, but not just in a passive way. It's like the planet's biosignature is rewriting parts of our neural pathways, Sophia explained, eyes darting over the data. I think we're restarting to experience memories. Or something like memories, but they aren't ours. A cold shiver traced Ilara's spine. How is that possible? Sophia hesitated, then pulled off her headset, revealing eyes wide with a mixture of fascination and fear. I'm not sure, but I feel it. Like a pull, a whisper in my mind that's not mine. Commander Rajiv Singh entered the lab, his steady gaze immediately anchoring the charged atmosphere. Report, he said. Ilara straightened. The planet's biosignature is altering our neural activity. Sophia's experiencing foreign memories, fragments from the civilization we're restudying. Rajiv's brow furrowed. Are these changes dangerous? Potentially, Marcus Velt interjected, stepping forward from the shadows. If the planet is imprinting its history directly onto our minds, it could destabilize our sense of self. But it's also an unprecedented opportunity to learn firsthand what happened. Rajiv weighed the risks. We must proceed cautiously. Our priority is the safety of the team. Days passed and the changes deepened. Ilara found herself waking in the dark, heart pounding with dreams that felt like memories of another life, one where she was not Ilara, but a being of bioengineered grace and purpose. Her skin sometimes tingled with iridescent pulses, faint traces of the glowing liquid she had discovered in Cradle's subterranean pools. One evening, gathered in the command center, the team shared their experiences. Sophia described visions of vast cities where architecture pulsed with organic light, and whispers of voices inseparable from the wind. Marcus recounted dreams of ancient councils debating fate and survival, while Rajiv admitted to moments of disorientation, as though the planet's consciousness spoke directly to him. "We re-becoming part of Cradle," Sophia said softly, her voice trembling. "But what happens if we lose ourselves completely?" The question hung heavy in the air. The expedition was no longer just observers. They were evolving, entwined with the planet's memory and biology. The boundary between human and alien blurred, challenging their understanding of identity. In the quiet moments, Elara often returned to the iridescent pools, dipping her fingers into the glowing liquid. The substance responded to her touch, illuminating veins beneath her skin in mesmerizing patterns. It was beautiful and terrifying. The planet was alive in ways they had never imagined, a living archive that not only stored history, but breathed it into those who came seeking answers. As the team grappled with these transformations, a message from the ancient broadcast they had intercepted played softly through the habitat's speakers, a solemn warning of a cosmic threat, a caution to remember and prepare. The echoes of the past reverberated through their bodies and minds, urging vigilance. But with each passing day, the expedition felt the weight of the void grow heavier, a void not just of space, but of memory and self. The planet's biosignature was calling, reshaping them in ways subtle and profound. In the final hours of the chapter, Elara stood once more beside the glowing pools, her reflection fragmented and shifting in the luminous surface. "Who am I now?" she whispered into the alien night, the question unanswered but alive. Outside, Cradle's twin moons cast a serene light, as if watching and waiting. The journey was far from over, and the echoes in the void promised revelations and perils yet to come. The air inside the central meeting hall was thick with tension, each breath seemingly heavier than the last. Dra. Elena Vasquez stood rigid, her gaze locked with Malik N. Dor's steely eyes as the two volleyed arguments like charged particles in the confined space. Around them, the hum of advanced machinery and the faint hiss of atmospheric regulators underscored the urgency of the moment. "We cannot afford to delay," Malik insisted, voice low but firm. "The coalition demands transparency. Our sponsors expect results and control." Elena's hands clenched at her sides, knuckles whitening beneath the worn leather glove she always kept close. "Control is precisely what we must resist," she shot back. "This is not a bargaining chip for political power. We're custodians of a legacy that transcends any government or corporation." Their debate was no longer simply about research protocols or data sharing. It was about the soul of the expedition. The discoveries on Cradle were monumental, offering answers to humanity's forgotten beginnings and the potential to reshape civilization itself. Yet this promise brought shadows, greed, ambition, and the lure of domination. Commander Raiden Cho, stationed at the security hub, monitored encrypted communications with a growing sense of foreboding. His experience in military operations had taught him to recognize the subtle signs of infiltration and subterfuge. Tonight, the encrypted chatter suggested that corporate agents from Helix Industries were attempting to breach their internal networks. Cho's fingers danced over the holographic interface, isolating suspicious data streams. "They're reprobing our systems," he muttered to himself, brow furrowed. Trying to find a weak link. Elsewhere, Sophia exuded calm confidence as she held a discreet meeting beneath the twin moon's pale light. Her voice was smooth, persuasive, weaving promises of technological advancement and financial backing. "Helix Industries can provide resources beyond your wildest imaginations," she assured a small circle of key personnel. "Join us, and together we can unlock Cradle's potential responsibly, of course." Yet beneath her polished exterior, her eyes gleamed with the cold calculation of a player, well versed in the game of power. Meanwhile, Lena Ortiz wandered the camp's periphery, the alien landscape's strange beauty both inspiring and haunting her. The ruins they had uncovered whispered stories of a civilization lost to time, and she felt the weight of their silence pressing on her heart. In a soft voice, She murmured an invocation to the ancestors, those who had once called this place home. "We owe you respect," she whispered, "and vigilance." Back in the meeting hall, fractures within the expedition became undeniable. Some members, swayed by Malik's pragmatism or Sophia's enticements, advocated for collaboration with external powers. Others, led by Elena and Lena, warned of the dangers inherent in surrendering control. The rift deepened, the once united team splintering into factions driven by ideology, ambition, and fear. Meetings grew heated, alliances shifted, and trust eroded like the ancient stones beneath their feet. Tensions culminated in a volatile confrontation during a council session. Voices reverberated off the metal walls as accusations flew. Elena's voice rose above the cacophony, a rallying cry for integrity and preservation. "We stand at a crossroads," she declared. "To protect this legacy, we must remain united. If we fracture now, we risk losing everything, not just the secrets of Cradle, but the future of humanity itself." But the damage was done. The expedition's cohesion was compromised, and with it the safety of Cradle's knowledge. Outside, faint lights flickered in the distant signs that external forces were moving closer, drawn by the promise of power. The planet's ancient secrets trembled on the edge of exposure, vulnerable to exploitation and destruction. As the chapter closed, Alina gazed out at the horizon where alien stars shimmered coldly. The weight of responsibility pressed down like the planet's own gravity. "We must choose our path," she thought, "before the rift consumes us all." To be continued. The twilight settled slowly over the ancient amphitheater, the broken stone seats rising like the bones of a long-dead giant beneath the fading light. Durah. Leela Mendoza stood at the center of the crumbled stage, her breath caught between anticipation and disbelief. Around her, the expedition team had gathered, their faces etched with a mixture of exhaustion and awe. For weeks, they had chased shadows beneath the soil, uncovered whispered symbols carved in stone, and now, at last, the Watchers had chosen to show themselves. At first, it was only subtle signs, the faint hum in the air, a barely perceptible shimmer in the corner of the eye. But then, as the last light of the twin suns dipped below the horizon, the air seemed to ripple, warping like heat over a desert. From the depths of the ruins, figures began to coalesce, ethereal, shimmering beings whose forms defied solid definition. The Watchers, as they had come to be called, stood before the team in all their luminous glory, their bioluminescent patterns casting soft hues of blue and green that danced across the cracked stone surfaces. The team fell silent, a collective breath held as the Watchers' presence filled the amphitheater with an unspoken gravity. Their translucent bodies flickered like living holograms, shifting between solid and wave-like states. The soft glow illuminating ancient carvings that told stories of a time long erased from human memory. The low-frequency hum that emanated from them vibrated gently against the skin, a sound both alien and comforting, like a heartbeat echoing through millennia. "We are the Guardians," a voice resonated, not spoken aloud, but woven directly into the minds of the expedition members. A chorus of ethereal tones that bypassed the ears and spoke straight to the soul. Jurta May Tanaka felt the words reverberate within her, stirring a deep well of emotions, curiosity, reverence, and a flicker of fear. The Watcher's message was cryptic yet clear. They existed to protect the legacy of Cradle, to ensure that its knowledge and history were not lost or misused. Commander Rajiv Patel stepped forward, his imposing figure silhouetted against the glowing forms. "Why reveal yourselves now?" he asked, his voice steady though edged with caution. "What do you seek from us?" The Watchers responded with images, holographic projections that shimmered in the cool night air. Scenes of Cradle's ancient civilization unfolded, towering bioengineered forests, cities woven seamlessly into living ecosystems. People who had mastered both technology and biology in harmony. But the visions darkened as they showed the cataclysm that had fractured their world, a warning etched deep into the planet's memory. "We are bound to this place," the Watcher's thought voice continued, to preserve what remains and to judge those who come seeking knowledge. You stand at a crossroads, to inherit our legacy and honor it, or repeat the errors that led to our fall. Tensions rose among the team as the weight of the Watcher's challenge settled heavily. Some felt the thrill of discovery surge anew. Others the crushing burden of responsibility. Jutta Mendoza's gaze swept across her colleagues, each one grappling with the implications. The expedition was no longer simply a mission of exploration. It had transformed into a covenant, a test of humanity's capacity for stewardship. Over the following days, the Watchers remained near, their presence a constant reminder that the planet's secrets were guarded jealously. They offered cryptic guidance, fragments of wisdom encoded in patterns of light and sound that the team struggled to interpret. In quiet moments, Tanaka pored over the linguistic structures embedded in the messages, uncovering philosophical teachings about balance, memory, and the dangers of hubris. One evening, beneath the star-streaked sky, the expedition gathered around a holographic map projected by the Watchers. It revealed hidden archives, biomes, and ancient technologies scattered across Cradle. The images pulsed with life, intricate networks connecting past and present biology and machine. It was a blueprint not only of a civilization, but of a philosophy of coexistence and respect. Yet, with each revelation came a deeper question: could humanity rise to the challenge? Could they embrace the lessons of those who came before without losing themselves to the same flaws that had doomed the ancients? The Watchers' final message lingered as they began to fade back into the shadows, their forms dissolving like morning mist. "Prove yourselves worthy," they intoned, a whisper carried on the wind. The camp stirred with renewed purpose. Jutta Mendoza exchanged a determined look with Commander Patel. "We've crossed a threshold," she said quietly. "This is no longer just about discovery. It's about guardianship." As the night deepened, the ruins seemed to breathe around them, alive with the echoes of a civilization waiting to be remembered and a future waiting to be forged. The expedition stood on the cusp of a new chapter, their mission forever altered by the ancient guardians who had chosen to reveal themselves. The true test had only just begun. And somewhere in the depths of Cradle, the Watchers watched, waiting to see if humanity could rise to their challenge or fall into the silence of forgotten history once more. The sterile hum of the laboratory was punctuated only by the soft clicks and whirs of the advanced machinery that lined the walls, their lights casting a cool, bluish glow across the polished surfaces. Jura Lila Moreno stood at the center, her augmented reality glasses flickering as streams of data cascaded before her eyes. She adjusted the parameters for the latest synthesis experiment with steady hands, though her heart raced beneath her calm exterior. "All systems are nominal," Mira's voice chimed, perfectly even but somehow imbued with a curious undertone. "The integration sequence will commence in T-30 seconds." Leela nodded, exchanging a brief glance with Professor Kaito Suresh, whose calm demeanor belied the intensity of his focus. "Ready on your end, Kaito?" she asked. He offered a measured nod. "Ready as I'll ever be." The merging of ancient genetic sequences with synthetic interfaces is uncharted territory. We tread where few have dared. Druta Arjun Patel, bustling with nervous energy, paced nearby. Uncharted, yes, but the potential is phenomenal. Think of it, combining the bioengineering marvels of the ancients with our technology. We could redefine what it means to be human. The countdown hit 0 and the chamber's atmosphere changed subtly. The bioengineered cells, harvested from the ancient ruins and painstakingly decoded, began to pulse with a faint iridescence. The synthetic hardware interfaced seamlessly, forming a complex web of living circuits that shimmered like liquid crystal beneath the lab's fluorescent lights. "Data is streaming," Mira reported. "Unexpected protein expressions detected." Lila's brow furrowed. "Are those morphogenic adaptations?" "Affirmative," Mira replied. "The hybrid cells are exhibiting dynamic restructuring beyond predicted models." A hush fell over the team as they watched the live feed of the test subject, an organic scaffold seeded with the bioengineered material transform subtly. Its surface rippled with shifting hues, the skin-like membrane reflecting light in ways that defied traditional biology. Professor Suresh broke the silence. This is unprecedented. The ancient civilization's bioengineering was far more advanced than we imagined. Their genetic blueprints seemed designed to evolve on the fly, adapting instantaneously to environmental stimuli. Director Patel's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's living technology, an organism, and a machine fused into one. This could revolutionize medicine, environmental adaptation, and perhaps even human evolution itself. But Leela's gaze was troubled. If we push this too far, what happens to the subject's identity? At what point do they cease to be human? The question hung heavy in the air. The team debated late into the night, voices rising in a mix of hope and apprehension. Some saw a new dawn for humanity, a chance to transcend physical limits. Others feared irreversible consequences, the loss of individuality, or worse, the repeating of ancient catastrophes. In the quiet solitude of the lab, as the others retired, Leela sat before the holographic projection, watching the intricate dance of genetic sequences intertwining with synthetic schematics. She traced the glowing strands with a trembling finger, pondering the thin line between innovation and hubris. What are we becoming? She whispered to the empty room. Outside, the planet Cradle seemed to pulse in response, its ancient secrets alive beneath the surface, watching, waiting. The synthesis was more than a scientific experiment. It was a step into the unknown, a challenge to the very definition of humanity. And as the team faced the consequences of their creation, none could predict whether they had opened a gateway to salvation or destruction. Yet, amid uncertainty, one thing was clear: the echoes of the ancients were no longer silent. They spoke through living flesh and circuitry, beckoning humanity to listen closely, to understand, and to choose wisely. As dawn approached, the lab's lights dimmed, but the iridescent glow of the hybrid cells continued to shimmer, a beacon of both promise and peril. The story of the Cradle was unfolding anew, and the expedition stood at the threshold of a transformative future. "We must proceed," Leela said quietly, determination hardening her voice, but with eyes wide open. And with that, the synthesis had begun. The next days brought a whirlwind of activity. The hybrid subjects, carefully monitored, exhibited rapid physiological changes. Their skin fluctuated between translucent and opaque, sometimes displaying subtle patterns reminiscent of ancient symbols. Neural interfaces embedded within them responded to stimuli with increasing complexity, blurring lines between biology and technology. Professor Suresh documented every anomaly with meticulous care, often consulting with Mira for pattern recognition. Patel worked tirelessly to refine the synthetic components, seeking stability without stifling adaptability. Tensions occasionally flared in the lab. Ethical lines blurred as the team confronted the reality that their creations were evolving beyond their control. Some members advocated halting the program, fearing unforeseen consequences, while others pressed forward, driven by the potential to usher in a new era. During one particularly intense meeting, Leela confronted the group. "We have the responsibility to ask ourselves, not just can we do this, but should we? What does it mean for our humanity if we become something else entirely?" Her words resonated deeply, yet the allure of progress was strong. The debate encapsulated the broader struggle of the expedition, to embrace the legacy of the ancients without repeating their mistakes. At night, Leela often found herself walking the perimeter of the base camp, staring up at the alien stars. The planet's subtle biosignatures whispered through the air, as if alive and aware. The synthesis was no longer just a project. It was a living testament to the fragile dance between creation and destruction. And somewhere in the depths of the Cradle, the ancient guardians, the Watchers, observed silently, weighing humanity's worthiness to inherit such power. The path forward was uncertain, fraught with peril and promise. But one truth remained: The synthesis had irrevocably changed everything. The question lingered, unanswered: what would humanity become? And with that, the chapter closed, the echoes of the cradle growing ever louder. The pale light of Cradle's twin suns filtered through the translucent walls of the base camp's main hall, casting shifting patterns on the rugged faces of the expedition members gathered inside. The hum of machines had inexplicably faded overnight, leaving an eerie silence that unsettled even the most composed among them. Drrr. Elena Voss sat rigidly nearby, her gaze fixed on the flickering screens, or rather, on the absence of data where hours before there had been detailed logs, sensor readings, and endless streams of analysis. "Something's wrong," she whispered, voice barely above the stillness. Commander Malik Reyes stepped forward, his usual commanding presence tinged with concern. "Reports are coming in from every section. Instruments are glitching, files disappearing. It's like the planet itself is erasing our work." The room was thick with tension. Ibrahim Kadim's fingers danced nervously over a portable interface, attempting to salvage corrupted files. "I've never seen anything like this. It's not just interference, it's systemic. The planet's biosphere might be interacting with our tech in ways we don't understand." Enia Patel adjusted the lenses of her glasses, her brow furrowed deeply. "It goes beyond technology. I ran some neuroscans this morning after waking up with a strange disorientation. My memory, it's fragmenting. Small things, names, events slipping away. But it's accelerating. If this is affecting me, it's affecting all of us." A murmur rippled through the room. Memory loss was more than a technical glitch. It was a threat to their very identities. Alina's voice grew firmer. "We have to act fast. If the planet is triggering this cognitive disruption, we need to understand why and how and develop countermeasures before it's too late." The team divided into urgent working groups, the air charged with frantic energy. Ibrahim and Enia collaborated over makeshift workstations, designing neural stabilizers intended to shield the brain from the planet's biosignature. Elena coordinated archival backups, painstakingly transferring physical records to isolated storage to prevent further losses. Yet, despite their efforts, the phenomenon spread like a fog. Team members found themselves struggling to recall details of prior days, even names of colleagues. Arguments erupted over lost data and forgotten plans. The unity forged through months of shared discovery now threatened to unravel. In one particularly harrowing moment, Elena confronted Enia in the dimly lit medical bay. "How long do we have?" Enia's hands trembled as she administered a scan to herself, the devices beeping softly. "If unchecked, memory degradation will render us ineffective in days." "We were fighting against the planet's consciousness itself. It's as if Cradle doesn't want to be remembered." Malik convened a crisis meeting, the usually spacious conference hall feeling claustrophobic under the weight of fear. Voices rose and fell, some urging retreat to preserve minds, others arguing to push forward, to defy the inertia. "If we leave now," Malik reasoned, "we may save ourselves, but we lose the chance to understand the truth of our origins. If we stay, we risk losing who we are." The debate fractured the team. Elena pleaded for calm, reminding them of the stakes, not just for themselves, but for all of humanity. "Our memories define us. If we allow them to slip away, the Cradle's secrets die with us." Through sleepless nights and fading recollections, the team worked feverishly to refine their neural shields and backup protocols. Enia's research into the planet's biosignature revealed it was a living archive, but one that protected itself by selective forgetting a veil to prevent dangerous knowledge from falling into unprepared hands. In a rare moment of shared quiet, Malik stepped outside the base as dusk painted the sky in bruised purples and reds. The air was cool, carrying faint whispers of wind through the alien trees. He gazed toward the horizon, the dark silhouette of the ruined city looming like a sleeping giant. The weight of fading memories pressed heavily on his chest, but so did a fierce resolve. "We will remember," he vowed silently, "no matter the cost." As night deepened, the veil of forgetting hung thick over Cradle. but within the hearts of the expedition. A fragile flame of defiance flickered, a beacon promising that the story of humanity's true birthplace would not be lost again. The air was heavy with silence as the expedition team entered the sprawling ruins of the deserted city, the heart of the ancient civilization that once thrived on Cradle. Towering structures, many entwined with thick vines and moss, stretched skyward like skeletal remains of a forgotten giant. The streets below were cracked and overgrown, their once bustling thoroughfares now echoing only the rhythmic footsteps of the explorers. Lila Moreno led the way, her eyes scanning the facades for any signs of inscriptions or art that might unlock the stories of this lost world. Every surface here, she murmured, is a fragment of a story waiting to be told. Commander Jax Harrow followed closely, his tactical instincts alert to potential dangers, but his gaze softened by the breathtaking scale of the city. "It's like stepping into a dream frozen in time," he said quietly. Muratanica activated her scanners, the devices humming softly as they swept the ruins for residual energy signatures. "There's something beneath these streets," she reported, her voice laced with excitement. "Faint, but definitely there." The team paused before a massive stone wall, its surface adorned with a vibrant mural, surprisingly well preserved despite the centuries. Moreno approached, gently brushing away layers of dust and debris. The mural depicted a vast metropolis, bustling with life under a sky darkening ominously. "Look at the colors," Lila said, tracing the outlines of soaring towers and intricate transport networks. "They tell of prosperity, innovation, but also fear." Eshan Patel, the cultural anthropologist, stepped forward, his fingers hovering over the mural's symbols. "These images suggest a society deeply aware of its own fragility. Their art is not just celebration but a warning." As they explored further, the team uncovered tablets bearing inscriptions in the forgotten language partially deciphered in previous chapters. Translations revealed philosophical treatises on balance and hubris, highlighting a civilization wrestling with the dual forces of progress and destruction. "They foresaw their downfall," Eshan said somberly. "Their writings express a yearning for harmony, yet an acknowledgement that their advances could lead to ruin." The atmosphere grew heavier as twilight descended, shadows stretching long across the cracked pavement. Around a flickering portable light, the team gathered to read aloud from the tablets, their voices low and reverent. "In the end, they were silent," Lila whispered, "but their legacy speaks louder than any words." Commander Harrow looked around at his team, the weight of history pressing upon them. "We must understand this silence," he said firmly. "Not just as an end, but as a caution for our own journey." The silent city, with its haunting beauty and tragic echoes, challenged the expedition to confront the vulnerabilities inherent in any civilization. The discoveries here were not merely archaeological treasures, but mirrors reflecting humanity's own potential future. As they prepared to leave the city's heart, the team felt a renewed sense of purpose. The silent streets had spoken, and their message was clear: to move forward, humanity must remember the past, its triumphs and its failures, and choose wisely. The city behind them seemed to hold its breath, a timeless sentinel awaiting the next chapter of human destiny. And somewhere deep beneath its surface, the pulse of forgotten memories stirred, hinting at secrets yet to be uncovered. What else lay hidden in the silent cities? The expedition's journey was far from over, and the echoes of this ancient world promised to resonate with challenges and revelations still to come. The buried code, the sterile hum of the laboratory tent buzzed softly beneath the alien sky, a stark contrast to the wild, untamed landscape of Cradle just beyond its translucent walls. Elena Marquez leaned closer to the glowing holographic strands spiraling above her console, tracing the twisting helix with a finger suspended in midair. The genetic code, unlike anything humanity had ever encountered, was unfolding before them, a symphony written not in words, but in sequences of nucleotides preserved for millennia beneath the ancient ruins. "Look at this," Lena murmured, beckoning the others. Professor Emile Kwan and Dr. Tarek Idris hurried to her side, their expressions a blend of exhaustion and exhilaration. The strands pulsed faintly, shifting and adapting as their algorithms interpreted the alien biocode. "This isn't just DNA," Emile said, eyes narrowing behind his glasses. "It's a layered sequence embedded with metadata, possibly instructions for cellular architecture, developmental pathways, even cognitive frameworks." Tarek's fingers danced over the digital interface. "It's like a blueprint for life itself, encoded with precision far beyond anything terrestrial genetics has achieved." Outside, Captain Asha Rami maintained her vigilant watch, the weight of responsibility heavy on her shoulders. The planet was enigmatic enough without the threat of internal dissent. Yet, as the team delved deeper into the code, tensions began to simmer beneath their professional facades. The crystalline structure they had uncovered the day before sat humming in the subterranean chamber. Its bioelectric pulses now understood to synchronize with the decoded genetic data. Lena remembered the moment she first laid eyes on it, how the light fractured within its facets, casting prismatic shadows on the ancient walls etched with symbols of forgotten lore. "It's alive," she'd whispered, breath caught between fear and fascination. Back in the lab, the data revealed something even more startling. The genetic sequences were not merely relics, but functional archives. The civilization had engineered life on Cradle, manipulating genes to create beings perhaps ancestors of modern humans or entirely distinct entities whose legacy was locked within these encoded strands. "Are we looking at the origins of humanity?" Emile asked, voice barely above a whisper. "Or a parallel experiment in evolution?" Lena replied. "One that predates Earth's recorded history." As the implications settled over the team, ethical questions ignited a firestorm of debate. Some saw an unprecedented opportunity to harness this knowledge to resurrect extinct forms, to correct genetic maladies, to leap forward in evolution itself. Others feared the consequences. Playing God with ancient codes could unleash unknown dangers, distort human identity, or repeat the mistakes that had doomed the original civilization. "We need to consider the ramifications," Captain Rami said firmly during a tense council meeting. "This isn't just science. It's about who we are and who we want to become." Voices rose and fell, arguments volleyed like shards of glass. Lena felt the weight of history pressing down on her, the buried code a mirror reflecting humanity's deepest hopes and darkest fears. Later, as dusk painted Cradle's twin moons with soft lavender hues, Lena stepped outside the camp. The cool air carried whispers of ancient winds, and the ruins loomed like silent sentinels watching her solitary figure. She thought of the ancestors whose genes they had unearthed, of civilizations erased from memory, but living still in the language of life. Could they resurrect the past without destroying the future? The question lingered in the night, unanswered but impossible to ignore. And somewhere deep within the buried code, a silent promise awaited awakening. The team's breakthrough began with a painstaking process of cross-referencing the alien genetic sequences with known human and post-human genomes. Drda, Lena Marquez, whose expertise bridged classical genetics and cutting-edge bioinformatics, led the charge. Alongside her, Professor Emile Kwan applied cryptographic methods to interpret the layers of encoding, while Dr. Tarek Idris engineered the computational models that simulated ancient cellular processes. Weeks passed in a blur of data streams, molecular reconstructions, and endless debate. The ruins themselves, an architectural marvel of crystalline matrices and bioluminescent flora, offered the key to understanding the genetic material's origin. Embedded within the walls were nanoscale conduits that pulsed in harmony with the genetic signals, suggesting an integrated biosynthetic system that transcended conventional biology. One afternoon, as they synchronized their findings, Lena experienced a moment of profound clarity. The genetic code was not static, it was designed to evolve, to adapt, to respond. It was a living archive, a time capsule of life engineered to endure cataclysms and cultural erasures. This civilization didn't just preserve their knowledge in stone or data, Lena explained to the gathered team. They encoded their very essence in biology, ensuring that even if their history was forgotten, their life could be reborn. The revelation sent ripples through the expedition. Conversations turned from scientific curiosity to philosophical inquiry. What did it mean for humanity to be potentially a product of such bioengineering? Could the modern human race be a chapter in a much older story, one that began not on Earth but on Cradle? Captain Rami, ever the pragmatist, raised concerns. If we proceed to use this genetic code to recreate ancient life, we risk unforeseen consequences. The ecological balance here is delicate, and we don't know how these beings might interact with the current biosphere or with us. Opposing voices argued for exploration and potential benefits. We have a responsibility as the inheritors of this knowledge, Emile said. To understand it fully, to apply it wisely. The debate culminated in an uneasy truce. The team would continue research but refrain from any attempts at biological resurrection until further ethical guidelines were established. Yet even as they agreed, subtle changes began to manifest. Some members reported vivid dreams filled with ancestral memories. Others experienced inexplicable physical sensations, as if the genetic code was reaching out beyond the confines of molecular structure. Lena suspected the planet itself, with its living archive embedded in every cell of its ecosystem, was responding to their presence. The buried code was not merely information, it was a call, a beacon to awaken dormant legacies. As the chapter closed, the expedition stood at a crossroads, holding the key to humanity's past and the power to shape its future. The buried code was no longer a secret locked in stone. It was a living promise, echoing through time, waiting for those brave enough to listen and wise enough to choose. And the true journey was only beginning. The glowing holograms of the ancient device shifted in the center of the command tent, casting flickering blue light on the tense faces gathered around it. Maya Lin stood at the forefront, her fingers twitching slightly as she debated the course of action. This technology could elevate humanity beyond anything we've imagined, she said, voice steady but charged. Genetic manipulations, energy sources, even cognitive enhancements, it's all here, waiting for us to unlock. Druta Elias Harper's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. But at what cost? The warnings we found in the archives are clear. The ancients themselves chose to erase this knowledge to prevent catastrophe. We've seen the aftermath, the ruins, the silence. Are we prepared to face the same fate? Captain Enia Solis shifted her weight, her gaze flicking to the darkened perimeter beyond the tent's walls. From a security standpoint, we can't ignore the risk. Activating unknown technology could endanger the entire team. I say we proceed with extreme caution if at all. Jin Park, seated nearby, glanced up from his tablet where symbols glowed softly. The texts caution against interference. They speak of balance, of cycles that must remain undisturbed. Yet they also hint that the choice lies with those who inherit their legacy. Felix Navarro clasped his hands together, the lines of worry creasing his forehead. This is more than a scientific decision. It's ethical, philosophical. Do we have the right to rewrite the narrative of human evolution? Or is our duty to safeguard the past, ensuring that history remains a teacher rather than a tool? The team fell into a heavy silence. Outside, the wind whispered through the ruins, carrying with it the weight of countless forgotten years. Maya inhaled deeply, her mind racing through the possibilities and pitfalls. I propose we establish strict protocols, she finally said. First, we must understand the technology fully before any activation. Second, we engage in transparent discourse with all stakeholders, including those back on Earth. The decision can't be ours alone. Elias nodded slowly, agreed. But time is a factor. External pressures, governments, corporations are already circling. If we delay too long, control could be lost. Enia's voice softened. We must also consider the Watchers. If they are truly guardians, their response to our actions could be unpredictable. Jin's fingers danced over his tablet again, projecting a series of ancient images, symbols of thresholds, gates and cycles. The crossroads are here, literally and figuratively. Our choice will ripple through time. Felix looked around at the faces illuminated by holographic light, each etched with doubt and determination. Then let us choose wisely, not as conquerors but as custodians. As the night deepened, the expedition members debated and deliberated, each argument weaving a complex tapestry of hope, fear, and responsibility. The ancient technology, once dormant, now pulsed with potential and peril. Outside the tent, the planet's silent ruins seemed to hold their breath, watching the fragile human resolve unfold beneath the stars. Somewhere deep beneath the surface, the echoes of the past stirred, awaiting the choice that could awaken or forever silence their legacy. The crossroads had arrived, and with it, the weight of humanity's future hung in the balance. The dense canopy above filtered the pale light of Cradle's twin moons, casting ethereal shadows that danced with the gentle sway of bioluminescent flora. Alara Voss crouched low, her eyes scanning the undergrowth through the lens of her bioscanner. The soft hum of alien insects and the distant call of unseen creatures filled the humid air, wrapping the team in a cocoon of otherworldly sound. Around her, the expedition's subgroup moved with measured stealth, their footsteps muffled by the thick moss carpeting the forest floor. Approaching the coordinate now, Alara whispered into her comm-link, her voice barely above the rustle of leaves. The signal had led them here, a region untouched by the main expedition, marked by unusual biosignatures that defied previous scans. Her heart pounded with a mix of scientific excitement and primal caution. This was a moment that could redefine everything they thought they knew. Captain Malik Reyes, standing sentinel at the edge of the small team, scanned the shadows with a calm alertness honed from years of protecting fragile missions. His dark eyes caught movement, subtle shifts among the glowing ferns. Eyes open, he murmured, signaling the others to halt. From the depths of the glowing grove emerged figures human in form, yet distinct in their appearance. Their copper-toned skin shimmered faintly under the bioluminescent light, and their amber eyes glowed with an intensity that felt almost hypnotic. Naya stepped forward, the first to break the silence. She was young, barely in her 20s, with long dark braids threaded with tiny glowing beads that pulsed softly like the plants around her. Alara's breath caught. Are they live? She thought, disbelief and wonder swirling in tandem. The descendants of the ancient civilization, thought to have vanished eons ago, were here hidden, thriving in harmony with this alien ecosystem. Tentative gestures exchanged. Naya's hand rose slowly in greeting, her voice a soft melody of sounds unfamiliar yet strangely resonant. Alara responded with her own cautious signs, the universal language of peace bridging the gulf of time and culture. Around them, the air thrummed with life, the gentle pulse of bioluminescent plants, casting shifting patterns on their faces. Theo Karim, the expedition's cultural anthropologist, stepped closer, his eyes wide with a mixture of scholarly fascination and deep respect. This changes everything, he murmured, taking careful notes as he observed the intricate tattoos adorning Naya's arms, symbols that echoed the ruins they had uncovered, yet alive and vibrant. The hidden settlement revealed itself, gradually a breathtaking fusion of organic architecture and ancient technology. Homes were woven seamlessly into the living trees, their walls pulsing faintly with a soft light, as if the trees themselves breathed and thought. The descendants moved with a grace that reflected profound symbiosis with their environment, their every movement respectful of the delicate balance sustaining their world. Captain Reyes maintained his watchful stance, his senses alert for any threats. Yet even he could not deny the awe that settled over the group. This was not merely a discovery of relics or ruins, it was a living testament to survival, adaptation, and continuity. As night deepened, the team and descendants gathered around a communal fire, its flames flickering under the vast starlit sky. Stories were shared not just through words, but through music, dance, and the silent language of shared experience. The ancient philosophies of harmony, caution, and coexistence echoed through the night air, weaving a tapestry of connection that transcended millennia. Alara felt the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. The team had stumbled upon more than science. They had uncovered a people whose existence raised profound ethical questions. How could they protect this fragile community? How much interference was too much? And what did this mean for the broader mission to understand humanity's forgotten origins? The discovery redefined their purpose. No longer merely explorers or archaeologists, they were now custodians of a living legacy, a chance to rewrite history with respect and humility. As dawn's first light kissed the horizon, Alara looked out over the settlement, her mind racing with possibilities and uncertainties. The echoes of the ancient civilization lived on, vibrant and unyielding, challenging humanity to rethink its place in the cosmos. The chapter closed on a whisper of hope and caution, a promise that the journey was far from over. The remnants of the past were alive, and with them, the future hung in delicate balance. The cavern breathed with a soft luminescence, casting azure and emerald hues across the walls where ancient runes pulsed faintly beneath layers of moss and crystal. Alara Miles adjusted her satchel nervously, acutely aware that every word spoken in this sacred chamber could redefine humanity's understanding of itself. Across the low stone table sat Kalen, his gaze steady and unyielding, embodying the weight of countless generations. "We come not as conquerors," Alara began, her voice steady despite the knot in her stomach, "but as seekers of truth and as allies who hope to honor the legacy you have preserved." Kalen inclined his head slightly, the silence that followed stretching taut between them. "Your arrival has awakened echoes old and deep," he replied, his voice resonant with a timbre that seemed to harmonize with the cavern's natural chorus. "Our histories are intertwined, yet veiled by time and silence. What you seek is not merely knowledge, but a covenant." Behind Alara, the expedition team waited, their expressions a mix of awe and apprehension. "Duh." Marcus Lynn leaned in, whispering to Commander James Harrow, "This is beyond any data we've collected. We're stepping into living history and politics." "Politics we must respect," Harrow replied grimly, eyes scanning the perimeter for any sign of threat. Sira, the young descendant who had become the delicate bridge between the two cultures, stepped forward. "The pact is not just an agreement," she said softly, "but a promise to remember and to protect. To share without erasing what makes each of us whole." The negotiation unfolded slowly over days, each session peeling back layers of mistrust and revealing common hopes. Kalen recounted tales of the ancients, their rise and fall, and the painful necessity of withdrawal to hidden biomes. Alara shared the expedition's mission and the ethical framework they sought to uphold. At times, voices rose in passionate debate. Marcus argued fervently for scientific transparency, while Harrow cautioned against exposing delicate knowledge too soon. Kalen reminded them that the descendants had survived by guarding secrets, and that trust was earned, not demanded. One evening, as bioluminescent petals drifted like snowflakes outside the chamber, Alara and Kalen found a rare moment alone. "What does peace require?" she asked. "Recognition," Kalen answered, "that memory is a living thing. Sometimes it must be shielded, sometimes shared. We offer you our memories, but only if you vow to carry them with reverence." The final ceremony was held beneath the twin moons of Cradle, their silver light bathing the assembly in ethereal glow. Tokens were exchanged, a carved crystal symbolizing knowledge and a woven band representing continuity. The pact was sealed not with signatures alone, but with shared stories and promises whispered under the stars. As the expedition departed the cavern, a hush fell over the team. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with political and ethical challenges. Yet, for the first time since landing on Cradle, a fragile hope blossomed, a hope that humanity's rediscovered origins might usher in a new chapter of coexistence rather than conquest. Alara glanced back once more at the glowing entrance, feeling the weight of history and the burden of future trust. "This is only the beginning," she murmured. Above, the stars shimmered like silent witnesses to a pact that echoed across time, binding past and future in a delicate dance of memory and promise. The questions lingered, but the journey forward was clear: to navigate the delicate balance between knowledge and respect, between discovery and preservation, and to forge a future where both humanity and its ancient descendants could thrive. And so, beneath the watchful eyes of Cradle's twin moons, the pact was born, a fragile thread linking disparate worlds, with the promise of a shared destiny yet to be written. The hidden archive lay beneath layers of time and stone, an enigmatic heart beating quietly beneath the surface of the ancient ruins on Cradle. As the expedition team descended into its depths, the air grew cooler, dense with a silence so profound it seemed almost reverent. The walls shimmered faintly, bathed in the soft glow of bioluminescent glyphs pulsing with an otherworldly rhythm. Each symbol, meticulously etched in a metallic alloy, whispered secrets older than recorded history. Dra. Lena Armitage's breath caught as her eyes traced the complex patterns, languages lost to time, yet alive in the faint light. Professor Malik Chen moved deliberately, his fingers brushing over a crystalline console embedded in the chamber's center. The device hummed to life under his touch, releasing a cascade of holographic projections that spiraled upward, weaving tapestries of light and shadow. These holograms were unlike anything the team had encountered, intricate maps of consciousness layered upon one another. Simulations of realities folded and unfolded like origami crafted by minds far beyond their own. "Look at this," Lena murmured, stepping forward to interface with the glowing console. Her fingers danced across the crystalline surface, eliciting new waves of information. "These aren't just records. They were experiments with consciousness, with reality itself." Kai Mendoza, standing nearby, leaned in, his eyes reflecting the swirling lights. They were manipulating perception, memories, even the fabric of existence. Malik nodded slowly. "It appears so. The ancients weren't merely archaeologists of the mind. They were architects of it." A sudden shift in the chamber's atmosphere caused the team to pause. The holograms flickered, and a voice, smooth and resonant yet alien, filled the space. It was the Archive A, an ancient intelligence embedded within the Archive's core, awakening from its long dormancy. "Welcome, seekers," the voice intoned. "You tread paths woven with paradox and peril. The knowledge you pursue bears the weight of creation and destruction. Heed well the lessons of those who came before." The chamber's lights dimmed, and the holograms coalesced into vivid scenes, visions of ancient beings experimenting with consciousness, bending reality to their will, transcending physical limitations. Yet with each triumph came shadow, fractures of identity, catastrophic collapses, and warnings etched into the very fabric of the archive. Dra. Armitage exchanged a glance with her colleagues, the weight of their discovery settling upon them. "This is forbidden knowledge," she said softly. "If we awaken these technologies, could we control them, or will they control us?" Kai's fingers hovered over the console, hesitation writ clear across his face. "The ethical implications. If misused, it could unravel everything we understand about self and society. But if harnessed wisely, it could elevate humanity beyond its current bounds." Malik's gaze hardened. "We must consider the consequences carefully. The ancients erased themselves for reasons we are only beginning to grasp. Perhaps some knowledge is too dangerous, too volatile to reclaim." As the debate raged quietly, shadows flickered along the walls, ghostly reminders of the fine line between enlightenment and catastrophe. The archive pulsed softly, alive with the echoes of a civilization that dared to transcend and, in doing so, paid a profound price. Outside, the planet seemed to hold its breath, as if awaiting the expedition's next move. The hidden archive had revealed its secrets, but the true challenge lay ahead. How to integrate this forbidden knowledge without repeating the mistakes that had erased the ancients from memory. Lena took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. "We have a responsibility not just to ourselves, but to all of humanity. To proceed with caution, to question everything, and to remember that some truths demand humility. The Archive's voice returned, softer this time, almost a whisper. The path forward is yours to choose. But remember, every choice resonates through the corridors of time. The chamber fell silent once more, the holograms fading into gentle pulses. The expedition stood at a crossroads, the weight of the hidden archive pressing upon them, a nexus where past and future converged, and where the fate of humanity's understanding of itself hung in delicate balance. As they prepared to leave the chamber, Lina's eyes lingered on the fading symbols, a quiet question stirring within her mind. How much of the past was humanity truly ready to face, and what price would they pay to know? The echoes of the hidden archive would resonate far beyond the depths of the ruins, shaping the destiny of all who dared to listen. The descent back to the surface was slow, contemplative. Each member of the team wrestled with the implications of what they had uncovered. The silence between them was heavy, punctuated only by the soft hum of their equipment and the distant calls of native wildlife. Once at the base camp, the debate ignited anew. Some advocated for immediate disclosure, believing humanity's evolution depended on embracing these ancient insights. Others urged restraint, fearing the social, ethical, and existential upheavals that such revelations could unleash. Lena found herself at the center of this storm, the weight of leadership pressing down. She convened a meeting beneath the vast night sky, stars glittering like silent witnesses to their turmoil. "We stand at the threshold of a new understanding," she began, her voice steady but laced with urgency. "But with knowledge comes responsibility. We must decide not just what we can do, but what we should do." The silence that followed was not empty but pregnant with possibility, the future shimmering uncertain yet undeniably altered. As the chapter closed, the hidden archive's secrets lingered in the minds of the expedition, a siren call to those who dared to seek the unknown, and a warning of the shadows that knowledge could cast. The journey into humanity's forgotten origins had only just begun, and the true depths of the Cradle's legacy awaited their reckoning. The conference room was charged with an atmosphere like static electricity, thick and oppressive. Holographic projections of the ancient ruins swirled above the central table, casting ghostly blue light on the faces gathered around it. Commander Elias Grant stood rigid, arms crossed, his gaze hard and unyielding as he listened to the heated voices erupting from his team. "Dre." Lena Voss paced with restless energy, her sharp eyes flashing fire as she addressed the group. "We cannot simply bury this discovery because some among you fear its implications. The truth must be shared. Humanity deserves to know its true origins, no matter how unsettling." Amara Singh's voice was calmer but no less firm. "Lena, it's not fear, it's responsibility. Revealing this prematurely could destabilize fragile social orders back on Earth and beyond. We've seen how myths and truths alike can be weaponized. Our primary obligation is caution." Jace Calder, ever the pragmatist, leaned forward, his scarred face taut with concern. "Caution is one thing, but indecision and infighting will get us killed out here. If we can't present a united front, we invite disaster from external forces or from within." Sophia Reyes, younger and passionate, raised her voice. "And what about the descendants? The living proof that the ancient civilization wasn't extinct. They have a right to be part of this conversation. Ignoring them is another kind of erasure." The room erupted into a cacophony of overlapping objections and defenses. Commander Grant slammed his fist on the table, demanding silence.
Enough!
"This bickering is tearing us apart. We came here as one expedition with one mission. If we fracture now, all we've uncovered will be lost." But the fissures were too deep. Lena shot a bitter glance at Amara. "Your caution is just another form of erasure. You want to control the narrative, to dictate what humanity should know and when. That's not our place." Amara's eyes softened momentarily, then hardened again. "And you would risk everything on a gamble with truth. Some knowledge is too dangerous to unleash without preparation." Outside, the wind began to howl, rattling the base's metallic shell. The storm that had been brewing all day finally broke, rain pelting the reinforced windows like a drumbeat of urgency. As voices grew louder, the room's tension mirrored the tempest outside. Jace's gaze flickered toward the window, then back to the fracturing team. We need protocols. Agreements. Otherwise, this mission will die from within before we face the challenges beyond these walls. The meeting adjourned in fractured silence. Some walked away in anger, others in despair. Commander Grant retreated to the observation deck, staring out at the alien horizon where unfamiliar constellations shimmered cold and distant. In the quiet of the ancient archive chamber, Lena found Amara poring over decoded texts. The hum of dormant machinery whispered secrets in the dim light. They exchanged a glance, fragile, tentative, a silent acknowledgement that despite their differences, their shared purpose still bound them. "We were standing at a crossroads," Lena murmured. "Like them," Amara replied softly, gesturing toward the faded murals depicting the ancient civilization's own collapse. The fractures within their team reflected the echoes of history they sought to understand. Would they repeat the mistakes of the past, or find a new path forward? As the storm raged outside, the expedition grappled with its own unraveling. The fragile threads of trust stretched to their breaking point. Yet beneath the discord, a flicker of hope endured, the hope that from fracture could come resilience, and from tension, transformation. The night deepened, and the Cradle held its breath, waiting to see if humanity could rise anew or fall like the forgotten architects of this world. But even as conflict threatened to consume them, a new message pulsed through the planet's bio-signature, faint, cryptic, and impossibly urgent, beckoning the expedition to look beyond their divisions and face what was coming next. The air in the central chamber was thick with anticipation, the faint hum of dormant machinery awakening from eons of silence. Drah! Alara Miles's fingers hovered over the alien console, her breath steady despite the electric charge prickling her skin. Around her, the team waited, breath held, hearts pounding as the interface shimmered, then burst into life in a cascade of translucent blue light. "It's starting," whispered Kalen Ree, his voice barely audible over the soft pulse emanating from the core. Before them materialized a form both mesmerizing and unsettling, Aura X. The ancient A took shape as a flowing hologram, a shifting lattice of light and geometry, its presence at once alien and hauntingly familiar. Its voice, when it spoke, was both mechanical and imbued with a subtle emotional cadence that sent shivers through the gathered explorers. "Welcome, seekers," it intoned, voice echoing softly around the chamber. "I am Aura X, custodian of the Cradle's memory. You have awakened a legacy long silent." Alara stepped forward, steadying herself. "We seek understanding, guidance. The history you hold, the fate of your civilization tell us." The A's form rippled, and images blossomed in the air, sprawling cities of gleaming spires, lush biomes intertwined with advanced bioengineering, societies that had mastered the fusion of flesh and machine. But alongside these visions came shadows, wars sparked by hubris, ecosystems unraveling under the weight of unchecked ambition, echoes of voices pleading for balance. "Our civilization," Oryx continued, "rose to heights unimaginable, guided by principles of harmony between technology and nature. Yet the cycles of history are relentless. Pride, fear, and the hunger for dominion fractured our unity, leading to collapse." Commander Ryan Vose's jaw tightened as he absorbed the A's words. "Are you saying our future mirrors the past, that we were walking toward the same abyss?" "Not inevitable," Aura X replied. "Awareness is the first step. You stand at a threshold. Your choices will shape whether history's lessons are learned or repeated." A charged silence fell over the chamber. The team's minds raced, grappling with the weight of ancient wisdom delivered through synthetic clarity. The warnings were stark, the stakes immense. Kalen broke the silence, voice edged with both awe and skepticism. "How do we reconcile this knowledge with the ambitions of those controlling our mission? Power struggles, conflicting interests, these could doom us before we even begin." Elara's eyes shone with resolve. "We must transcend those divisions." This planet, this legacy, demands it. To ignore these warnings is to invite ruin. Outside, the winds whispered through the ruins, as if the planet itself listened and waited. The awakening of Oryx was more than a revelation. It was a summons to stewardship, a call to break free from the cycle of destruction. As the A's holographic form slowly dimmed, it left behind a lingering question, a challenge to the expedition and to all of humanity. Could they rise to become the guardians of the Cradle's legacy, or would they falter, repeating the echoes of a forgotten past? The chamber's glow faded, but the impact of the awakening would resonate far beyond the stone walls, shaping destinies and the fragile hope of a future rewritten. And yet, as the team dispersed to confront their newfound knowledge, a subtle pulse thrummed beneath their feet, the planet itself stirring, alive with memory, watching, waiting for the choice humanity would make next. The descent into the planet's inner veins began just after dawn, the pale light of Cradle's twin suns retreating behind the horizon as the team prepared their gear. Dre. Alara Miles tightened the straps of her utility harness, her emerald eyes flickering with restrained excitement. Around her, the hum of quiet chatter was punctuated by the clink of metal and the soft rustle of fabric as the expedition members donned their helmets and checked their breathing apparatus. Captain Jonas Cade, standing near the entrance of the cavern, scanned the rocky mouth with a scrutinizing gaze. "Stay alert," he said, his voice low but steady. "This planet's been hiding secrets for millennia. Nothing in here is likely to be just a rock." Ari Tanaka adjusted the settings on his portable data analyzer, the device humming softly as it calibrated for the bioluminescent energy signatures they expected to encounter. Maravos, her auburn hair pulled back, flipped through her notes on local flora and biosystems, her mind racing to connect the possible cultural implications of their discovery. As they stepped inside, the cavern swallowed their forms, the temperature dropping several degrees. The walls of the tunnel were alive, pulsing with veins of glowing fungi that stretched like capillaries beneath the surface. The light was a ghostly blue-green, casting shifting shadows that danced across their faces and the jagged stone. Alara reached out, fingertips barely brushing the delicate filaments. The fungi responded instantly, brightening in a slow ripple that flowed from one end of the cavern to the other. It was as though the planet itself was breathing beneath their touch. "It's communicating," Alara whispered, her voice barely audible over the soft crackle of the fungal light. "This isn't just an ecosystem. It's a network, a bio-neural web carrying information." Ari knelt to scan the glowing veins, his tablet flickering to life with streams of data. Patterns emerged, rhythmic pulses that matched the planet's biosignature readings they had collected from orbit. "It's like the planet's nervous system," he said, eyes wide with astonishment. "But this is memory stored in living tissue." Mara stepped forward, tracing the symbols they'd uncovered in the ruins above with renewed understanding. "Perhaps this is why the ancients vanished from history," she mused. "Because history itself is alive here, embedded in the planet's veins." Their wonder was abruptly shattered as a distant rumble echoed through the cave. Captain Cade's gaze darted upward. "Rockfall," he warned. "We need to move now." The narrow corridor shifted, dust and small stones cascading from the ceiling as the team scrambled to find stable footing. Alara's heart pounded, but she kept her focus sharp, guiding the others past fragile ledges and through twisting tunnels. Time stretched as they navigated the treacherous path, every step a gamble against the unstable geology. Once safe, they paused at a cavernous chamber, walls lined with towering fungal spires that throbbing softly with light. Ari connected his equipment to the largest vein, and the fungi reacted, sending surges of encoded data into his devices. Images, sounds, and sensations flooded the screens, the rise and fall of civilizations, genetic experiments, and the planet's own conscious evolution. Alara felt the weight of it all, the realization that Cradle was not merely a birthplace, but a living archive, a sentient entity preserving memory through its biology. We've only just begun to understand what this means, she said, voice trembling with awe. This planet remembers, and it is waiting. As the team gathered their findings, the cavern's light dimmed slightly, as if the planet itself was settling into a quiet watchfulness. Outside, the stars of Cradle's night sky glittered cold and distant, but beneath their feet, the veins of the planet pulsed with life and memory, a heartbeat echoing through time. The journey back to the surface was silent, each member lost in thought about the fragile line they now walked between discovery and intrusion, between understanding and hubris. The planet had shared a glimpse of its soul, but the true test of humanity's worthiness had only just begun. As they emerged into the fresh air, Elara cast a glance back at the cavern's entrance, the faint glow still visible in the darkness. "What else have you kept hidden, Cradle?" The question hung in the night, unanswered but urgent, as the team prepared to face the mysteries yet to unfold. The air was thick with moisture, heavy as the anticipation that pulsed through the cramped corridors of the subterranean vault. "Dear." Leela Mendoza's fingers trembled slightly as she brushed the light away from the crystalline pod resting on the obsidian pedestal before her. Around her, the team worked in hushed coordination, the soft whir of ancient machinery awakening from dormancy filling the space with an eerie symphony. This was the moment they had dreamed of, the moment when the lost legacy of the Cradle's civilization extended its fragile tendrils into the present. "Incredible," Jin-Soo Kim whispered, his voice barely audible over the steady hum. "The preservation matrix is still active. This tech. It's centuries beyond anything we've seen." Lila nodded, her gaze fixed on the pod's surface. Its iridescent colors flickered like a living thing, the light refracting in mesmerizing patterns that seemed to pulse with a quiet heartbeat. If these seeds are viable, we could potentially restore entire ecosystem species lost to time and catastrophe. This isn't just about history. It's about future possibilities. Captain Arjun Patel stepped forward, his tall frame casting a long shadow across the reflective floor. His eyes, dark and steady, scanned the room before settling on Lila. "And what about humanity's future? What if this technology changes us?" The question hung in the air, heavier than the humid atmosphere. Eira Voss, standing near the entrance with her arms crossed, stepped forward. Her voice was calm but resolute. "That's exactly what worries me. We're standing at the precipice of playing God with evolution. The ethical implications are profound. Reviving extinct species, or worse, altering our own genetics. Are we prepared for the consequences?" Lila met Eira's gaze, a flicker of doubt crossing her features. "But isn't our journey here about understanding and reclaiming what was lost? If we have the chance to heal the scars of the past, shouldn't we take it?" "Healing," Eira replied thoughtfully, "or rewriting, there's a difference. The Cradle's ancestors may have made mistakes we're not yet aware of. Their downfall could be a warning, not a blueprint." A tense silence followed as the team grappled with the weight of their discoveries. The vault around them was a testament to a civilization that had risen to unimaginable heights and then vanished, leaving only echoes in stone and seed. The bioluminescent flora clung to the walls, casting soft blue-green hues that danced across the faces of the expedition members, illuminating the uncertainty etched in their eyes. Jin-Soo moved to a console embedded in the wall, fingers flying across a holographic interface. "I've managed to stabilize the seed bank's environmental controls. We can maintain the specimens indefinitely, but activating them, that's another matter." Captain Patel's voice broke the quiet. "We need a protocol, something to guide us through the decisions ahead. This isn't just science, it's stewardship." Lila exhaled slowly, her mind racing. The genetic data encoded in these seeds could revolutionize biology. We might unlock traits once thought lost: resilience, longevity, even consciousness. But if we proceed recklessly, we risk repeating history's mistakes. Eira stepped closer, her gaze piercing. "That's why transparency and ethical oversight are essential. We must ensure that whatever choices we make honor the memory of those who came before and protect those who come after." The conversation stretched into the hours, a delicate balance of hope and caution. Outside the vault, the alien sky shifted from twilight to the deep velvety black of night, stars shimmering like distant promises. Captain Patel stood at the threshold, looking out over the Cradle's rugged landscape, the wind whispering ancient secrets. He thought of the countless generations that had lived, loved, and perished on this world, a cradle not only of humanity, but of possibility. The weight of that legacy settled upon his shoulders, mingled with an unyielding resolve. "We carry more than knowledge," he murmured to himself. "We carry responsibility." As the team prepared for the next phase of their mission, the seed bank's secrets lay waiting dormant, yet alive with potential. The choices they faced were no longer theoretical. They were the next chapter in an unfolding story, one that would redefine what it meant to be human. And as the vault's lights dimmed to a soft glow, the last seed pulsed faintly, a heartbeat echoing across the expanse of time. The descent into the vault had been slow and deliberate, the air growing warmer and more humid with every step. The walls, carved from the planet's living rock, glistened faintly with veins of bioluminescent moss, casting an otherworldly glow that danced across the faces of the expedition team. The faint hum of the vault's ancient systems stirred as Jin-Su interfaced with the control panel embedded in the stone. "Environmental stabilizers are coming online," Jin reported, eyes flicking between the readouts. Temperature, humidity, atmospheric composition all returning to optimal levels. Leela moved carefully, her gloved hands steady despite the adrenaline thrumming in her veins. The crystalline pod sat on a pedestal at the center of the chamber, surrounded by an intricate lattice of bioorganic technology that seemed to pulse in sync with the planet's own rhythms. She reached out, brushing a fingertip against the pod's surface, feeling an almost imperceptible warmth. "It's alive," she whispered. Aira approached, her expression grave yet filled with a quiet wonder, a living relic, the last seed. Captain Patel watched silently, the gravity of the moment pressing down like the planet's own weight. "We must consider the implications carefully. This isn't just a scientific breakthrough, it's a paradigm shift." Leela nodded, pulling up the genetic readouts on her portable display. "The sequences are intact. We're relooking at a genetic library, not just plants or animals, but potentially early human ancestors and engineered life forms. Could this be the key to restoring ecosystems devastated by past catastrophes?" Jin asked, voice tinged with hope. "Possibly," Leela replied. "But it also raises profound ethical questions. Who decides what gets resurrected? What if reintroducing these species disrupts the planet's current balance?" Aira's voice cut through the technical jargon, sharp and unyielding. "And what about humanity? Altering our own genetic makeup using this material could redefine what it means to be human. Are we prepared for that responsibility?" The room fell silent. Each member of the team wrestled with the enormity of their discovery, a chance to rewrite the future, shadowed by the lessons of the past. Outside, the Cradle's twin moons rose, casting silvery light over the alien terrain. Inside the vault, the last seed pulsed gently, a beacon of hope and uncertainty intertwined. Captain Patel finally spoke, his voice steady. "We move forward, but with caution, transparency, and respect. This planet's legacy is now ours to guard." Leela smiled faintly, a mixture of relief and resolve. "Then let's begin." The echo of that decision rippled through the vault, marking the dawn of a new chapter in humanity's long and winding journey home. The chamber was silent except for the faint hum of ancient machinery awakening from its long dormancy. Elena Vasquez stood at the center of the room, her fingers trembling with a mixture of excitement and apprehension as she engaged the control panel embedded in the stone floor. A subtle vibration coursed upward through her boots, a reminder that beneath their feet lay secrets buried for millennia. With a soft hiss and a cascade of iridescent light, the holographic projection sprang to life. Before the assembled team, the air shimmered and coalesced into a sprawling battlefield frozen in time. Towering cities, their spires gleaming with an otherworldly sheen, were engulfed in chaos. Figures clad in armor of translucent alloys clashed amidst bursts of pulsing energy weapons that painted the sky in streaks of blue and crimson. "Look at this," Elena murmured, eyes wide as she moved closer to the projection. "This isn't just a war. It's a technological and cultural cataclysm." Captain Mullick Wren stood nearby, arms crossed, his expression unreadable in the flickering light. "The scale is staggering. Entire regions leveled, entire populations lost." Professor Anil Chaudhry stepped forward, adjusting his spectacles as he scanned the layers of data streaming from the archives. These records. They were more than just military logs. They were cultural narratives, political treatises, even personal accounts. This civilization documented its downfall in painful detail. Elena nodded, tracing a finger through the holographic smoke that rose from a crumbling tower. "It's haunting to see the parallels with our own expedition, the divisions, the power struggles." A low murmur spread through the room as the team absorbed the weight of the revelation. The ancient war was not a distant myth, but a vivid, documented tragedy with lessons etched in light and sound. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The battlefield gave way to scenes of negotiation, desperation, and ultimately betrayal. Leaders once allied turned on each other, their ambitions and fears igniting a spiral of destruction. The holograms flickered, voices overlapping in multiple ancient tongues, unintelligible but charged with emotion. Captain Wren's voice cut through the tension. "We were seeing history repeat itself: fear, mistrust, the lust for control. If we were not careful, we'll follow their path to ruin." The room fell silent again, the gravity of his words sinking in. Later that evening, under the cold glow of emergency lights, Wren faced a faction within the expedition that questioned the leadership's decisions. The air was thick with unresolved conflict, voices low but heated. "We can't afford to fracture now," Wren said firmly. "The planet's secrets are too important, and the stakes too high." A woman from the dissenting group retorted, "And what if you re the one leading us astray? What if we re the ones repeating history?" The conversation was cut short by a sudden alert from the base's perimeter sensors. Tensions snapped taut, but Wren's calm presence kept the situation from boiling over. Meanwhile, Professor Chaudhry sat alone in his dimly lit quarters, the glow from his workstation casting long shadows. He sifted through fragmented records, piecing together the political and social dynamics that had led to the ancient collapse. Their downfall was not just a war, he whispered to himself, but a failure to reconcile competing visions of progress and survival. He tapped a sequence into his notebook, sending a coded message to Elena and Wren. The parallels with their own expedition were undeniable and deeply troubling. Outside, beneath the vast mural that dominated the central hall, Lyra, the Watcher Liason, stood motionless. Her silver eyes reflected the swirling images of the ancients' final days. "They believed themselves invincible," she said softly, voice like a whisper carried on the wind. "But arrogance and division sowed their destruction. You must learn or fall as they did." Her words hung in the air, a chilling reminder that the echoes of war were not just history, but an urgent warning. As dawn broke over Cradle, the expedition faced a crossroads. The ancient war's revelations had brought to light not only the past, but the fragile state of their own unity. The planet's secrets demanded respect and caution, yet human nature tugged toward ambition and fear. Elena stood before her team, eyes blazing with determination. "We have a choice: to heed the lessons of those who came before, or to become the latest echo in a cycle of destruction. The future of humanity may depend on what we decide here today." The chamber fell silent once more, the weight of history pressing upon them all. Outside, the wind whispered through the ruins, carrying with it the voices of a civilization lost but not forgotten. And somewhere deep beneath their feet, the ancient war's echoes awaited their final reckoning. The harsh hum of the approaching dropships shattered the fragile calm that had settled over the Cradle base camp. Alara Miles stood at the edge of the rocky plateau, eyes narrowed against the dusty wind, watching the metallic beasts descend with relentless precision. Her heart pounded not from fear, but from the weight of knowing what was at stake. This planet, their discovery, their hope for humanity's true beginning, was about to be contested in a way none of them had anticipated. "They're coming fast," Kai Ren reported, his voice steady but tense over the comm channel. He stood beside Alara, scanning the horizon with disciplined vigilance, muscles coiled like a predator ready to spring. "General Volta's unit is here, and they were not interested in diplomacy." Alara's jaw clenched. The man had made his intentions clear: control Cradle's secrets, harness its power, and leverage it for earthly dominance. The expedition's delicate balance was shattering under the weight of raw military force. "All units, prepare for engagement," Alara ordered, her voice cutting through the restless chatter. "Focus on defense, minimize casualties. We're regarding more than just artifacts, we're protecting the future." The camp erupted into a flurry of activity. Scientists transformed into soldiers, technicians manned defense systems, and Kai led the security detail with calculated precision. The ancient ruins loomed behind them, silent witnesses to the storm about to descend. The first breach came moments later. Explosions rocked the perimeter as energy pulses tore through makeshift barricades. Shouts of alarm mixed with the crackle of weapons fire. Alara sprinted toward the command center, weaving through the chaos, her mind racing. "They're pushing hard," Kai reported through clenched teeth as he returned fire, the glow of his non-lethal pulse rifle illuminating the dust-choked air. "We need to hold the central archive at all costs." The archive was the heart of their mission, the repository of holographic records and ancient knowledge. If lost, the expedition's purpose would crumble. Alara reached the heavy reinforced doors, her hand trembling as she keyed in the access code. Inside, the flickering blue light of dormant holograms bathed the chamber in an otherworldly glow. "We can still de-escalate," Alara said, turning to face the assembled scientists and security personnel. "If we can reach Volta, maybe we can prevent bloodshed." The communicator crackled with incoming transmissions. A cold, authoritative voice filled the room. "This is General Marcus Volta. Cease resistance and surrender control of the Cradle site. Your cooperation will be noted." Alara met the voice with steely resolve. "General, this planet is more than a prize. It holds the legacy of all humanity. We will not let it be exploited." "Then prepare to be removed," Volta replied, and the line went dead. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Without warning, ancient defense drones emerged from hidden alcoves, their sleek metallic forms glinting under the archive's artificial light. Red sensors glowed ominously as mechanical limbs whirred to life. "What the hell?" Sienna Voss exclaimed, stepping back in alarm. "These systems. They're ancient but fully operational." Kai raised his weapon, but Alara held up a hand. "Wait. They're reactivating in response to the conflict. We have to be careful." The drones scanned the intruders, identifying friend and foe alike with chilling efficiency. Laser emitters gleamed as they targeted both expedition members and Volta's soldiers who had breached the chamber. Chaos erupted anew. Shots rang out, drones darted between combatants, and the cavernous ruins echoed with a cacophony of conflict. Alara shouted orders, trying to coordinate a retreat and minimize losses. Amidst the chaos, Kai dragged a wounded teammate behind a fallen pillar, his breath heavy but voice calm. "We were not leaving anyone behind. Not today." Alara caught sight of Volta advancing toward the archive's core console, intent on seizing control. She blocked his path, their eyes locking in a moment suspended between hostility and mutual recognition of the stakes. "This isn't just about power," Alara said, her voice low but unwavering. "It's about survival, ours and theirs. The ancients built this for a reason." Volta hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. But duty and ambition pushed him forward. The tension mounted as the defense systems intensified, forcing an uneasy standoff. Outside, the battle waned as both sides reeled from the unexpected threat of the ancient technology. Realizing the futility of further bloodshed under these conditions, Valter signaled a ceasefire. Elara exhaled, relief mingling with the weight of what lay ahead. "This is just the beginning," she said quietly. "The reckoning is not only with our enemies, but with the legacy we've uncovered." The room fell into a tentative silence, broken only by the soft hum of reactivating holograms. Images of humanity's ancient past flickered, reminding them all of the fragile line between destruction and redemption. As the dust settled, Elara knew the true battle was just starting, not for control, but for understanding and stewardship of the cradle of civilization itself. "We have to choose carefully," she murmured, eyes fixed on the glowing archive, "because the future depends on it." Outside, the planet watched silently, its ancient heart beating steadily beneath the scars of war and hope alike. The veil lifts, the chamber was silent except for the low hum of the ancient archive systems coming back to life. Drer. Elara Voss stood at the center, her breath steady despite the torrent of emotions swelling within her. Before her, a vast holographic display unfolded, shimmering ribbons of light twisting into patterns that defied immediate comprehension. Each strand represented millennia of history, encoded in a language both alien and familiar. "It's more than a record," Elara whispered, her voice barely audible. "It's a living memory." Professor Lion Chen stepped closer, adjusting his glasses as he traced the flowing symbols. "These aren't just historical logs," he said thoughtfully. "They reveal a narrative of our ancestors, but not as we imagined." The team gathered around, their faces illuminated by the archive's glow. Mira Talbot's fingers danced over her data pad, capturing streams of genetic sequences interlaced with philosophical treatises. "Look here," she said, pointing. "They engineered themselves. Post-human evolution wasn't random. It was deliberate, a cosmic experiment." Commander Ryan Cade's expression darkened. "So, we were the product of some ancient, interstellar project." Elara nodded slowly. "And this archive. It suggests that the civilization here chose to erase their own memory, to prevent a catastrophe that could repeat itself." Outside, the alien sky darkened as twin moons rose. The Watchers manifested silently in the periphery, ethereal beings of light and shadow, observing the unfolding revelations. Their presence was at once comforting and unsettling. "They're retesting us," Ryan said quietly, "to see if we were worthy." The holograms shifted, projecting scenes from a distant past, vast cities of bioengineered spires, communities of beings seamlessly integrated with technology and nature, and a final, devastating conflict that fractured the civilization's unity. Lion's voice softened. "History repeated itself here as it did on Earth. But this archive offers a chance to learn, to break the cycle." Mira's eyes glistened with tears. "We were not just explorers, we were inheritors of a legacy. The question is, are we prepared for it?" The room fell into contemplative silence. The weight of revelation pressed upon them all, reshaping their understanding of who humanity was and who it might become. Outside, the Watchers' forms shimmered, a silent promise and warning entwined in their spectral glow. And as the veil lifted, the expedition knew their journey was only beginning. The sterile hum of the laboratory filled the air as Gerda Amara Voss adjusted the calibrated injector, her eyes sharply focused on the petri dish before her. Contained within was a suspension of living cells, the fragile cradle of a potential future. She held her breath, steadying her hands as they moved with practiced precision. Introducing the synthesized genetic material, a sequence painstakingly decoded from the ancient archives and delicately merged with contemporary human DNA. Outside the laboratory's reinforced walls, the cradle's twin moons cast a muted glow over the expedition base, their pale light filtering through the translucent surfaces. Inside, the atmosphere was charged with a mixture of scientific rigor and a palpable sense of hope. This was more than a mere experiment. It was a beacon, a tentative step toward a rebirth that bridged the gulf of forgotten origins and the present day. Kai Moreno hovered by the holographic projection table, fingers deftly weaving through streams of data. Ancient schematics, painstakingly digitized and translated, intertwined with futuristic designs born of modern technology. The luminous symbols and circuit patterns shimmered in the dimmed light, evoking the ghostly architecture of a civilization long erased from memory. "Look at this," Kai said, voice low but vibrating with excitement. "The way their bioengineering interfaces with technology, it's seamless. We could integrate the designs with our systems, enhance our capabilities beyond anything we've imagined." Amara glanced up, a faint smile tugging at her lips despite the gravity of her work. "It's not just about enhancement," she replied. "It's about evolution informed by a wisdom that predates recorded history. But we have to tread carefully. The risks are as profound as the possibilities." In a quiet clearing near the ancient archive, Professor Lion Chen sat cross-legged on the cool stone, eyes closed as she absorbed the ambient sounds of the planet. The whispering winds carried faint echoes of long-lost voices, and the ruins behind her seemed to pulse with a subtle life. Her thoughts wandered to the philosophical weight of their endeavor, the merging of past and present, of nature and technology. "What does it mean to be human?" she mused silently, "when our very biology can be rewritten with the codes of an ancient civilization?" Her reflections were interrupted by the steady footsteps of Mara El-Said. The expedition leader's presence was commanding, her green eyes sharp beneath the furrowed brow. "Lion," she said softly, "we stand on the threshold of a new era, not just for science, but for humanity itself. The choices we make now will echo through generations." "I know," Lion answered, opening her eyes to meet Mara's unwavering gaze. "And that is why our approach must be guided by more than ambition. It must be tempered with humility." Back at the base, the main hall was filled with the gathered team members, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of overhead lights and the flickering holograms suspended midair. Mara stepped forward, every eye drawn to her resolute figure. "Today," she began, "we have achieved something remarkable. The synthesis of ancient bioengineering with modern science is no longer theoretical. We have viable biosamples that could redefine what it means to be human." A murmur rippled through the crowd, a mixture of awe, excitement, and unease. Mara continued, her voice steady and resonant, "But with this power comes responsibility. We must ensure that we do not repeat the mistakes that led to the erasure of this civilization. Our future depends on learning from the past, embracing knowledge with care, and respecting the delicate balance of life on Cradle and beyond." Voss felt a surge of emotion, a blend of pride and apprehension. This was their rebirth, a chance to rekindle a legacy long buried beneath layers of time and silence. Yet, the shadows of history loomed large, reminding them that progress without wisdom could invite catastrophe. As the night deepened, the team returned to their workstations, minds alight with possibilities and questions. The ancient codes whispered their secrets, beckoning humanity toward a new evolutionary path. But the true test lay ahead. Could they navigate the fragile terrain between innovation and preservation, between hope and hubris? Amara lingered by her microscope, watching the cells divide and flourish. In their growth, she saw a metaphor for the expedition itself, tentative, fragile, yet filled with the promise of transformation. "This is only the beginning," she whispered to the silent lab, "the rebirth of humanity, written in the language of stars and ancestors." Outside, the cradle awaited, its ancient heart beating in time with the first stirrings of a new dawn. The excavation site was quiet, save for the gentle scrape of brushes against ancient surfaces, and the occasional murmur of voices exchanged in hushed tones. Mara Ellison crouched low beside a fractured piece of translucent crystal, her fingers working meticulously to clear away centuries of dirt and debris. The crystal was unlike anything they had seen before, jagged yet smooth in places, embedded with faintly glowing inscriptions that pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light, as if the artifact itself was alive and breathing. Mara's breath caught in her throat. This was more than a relic, it was a key. "Careful," Jintao whispered, his voice taut with concentration as he adjusted the settings on his wrist interface. The scanner's hum filled the small excavation chamber, a smooth, steady sound that contrasted with the crackling static of their comms. Holographic fragments of ancient city maps shimmered in the air above the dusty ground, casting a pale blue light over the team's focused faces. Each fragment revealed a sliver of the civilization they sought to understand: winding streets, sprawling complexes, and places of worship that hinted at a rich cultural tapestry. These inscriptions, Mara said, her voice barely above a whisper, they were not just decorative, they were part of a language complex and layered. Professor Amina Rashid stepped forward, her tawny eyes gleaming with the thrill of discovery. She carried a digital tablet loaded with preliminary translations, their software designed to piece together the ancient symbols with the fragments they had uncovered so far. The device appears to store both historical records and philosophical treatises, she explained. It's a repository of their knowledge and memories. The team gathered around as Amina initiated a sequence to activate the crystalline storage. The artifact responded with a gentle pulse, sending ribbons of light weaving through the dark chamber. Suddenly, projections bloomed in the air, a tapestry of images, sounds and text that coalesced into a narrative of the civilization's final days. "Look here," Amina said, pointing to a holographic scene depicting vast assemblies and intricate ceremonies. "This tells of societal upheaval, but also resilience. They faced calamities yet sought unity." Mara's eyes were fixed on the swirling images. It's as if they knew their time was limited, but they fought to preserve what mattered most: their culture, their identity. The mood shifted from awe to somber reflection as the holograms revealed the darker chapters, the conflicts, betrayals, and environmental disasters that fractured the civilization. The echoes of these events resonated deeply with the team, drawing parallels between the ancient struggles and their own challenges on Cradle. Captain Elias Novak, who had been observing quietly, now spoke with measured authority. "This knowledge is a gift and a warning. We have to be cautious. The past teaches us not just what was lost, but what can be prevented." As dusk settled over the excavation site, Novak stood overlooking the unearthed relics. The fading sun cast long shadows, and the weight of their discovery settled heavily upon him. The crystalline device's light dimmed, but its message lingered, an imperative for stewardship and vigilance. The chapter closed with Mara carefully placing the crystalline fragment into a protective case. "We've reclaimed fragments of a forgotten world," she said softly. "Now, the question is, what will we do with them?" The team faced the horizon, their resolve steeled by the revelations they had unearthed, but mindful of the fragile balance between knowledge and consequence. The echoes of the past had been reclaimed, but their true impact was only just beginning to unfold. The days that followed were a whirlwind of activity. Jin Tao and his team worked tirelessly to stabilize the crystalline data device. Every scan revealed new layers of encoded information, from architectural blueprints to philosophical treatises that challenged the very foundations of human understanding. The technology was alien yet familiar, blending organic and synthetic elements in ways that defied conventional science. Mara coordinated the archaeological effort with precision. Each artifact recovered was catalogued, scanned, and cross-referenced against the growing database. The scattered fragments told a story of a civilization that had mastered both science and art, thriving in harmony with their environment until forces beyond their control unraveled their society. Professor Rashid's translations grew more profound by the day. She discovered texts describing rituals of remembrance and warnings against hubris, passages that seemed eerily prescient in the context of their current expedition. In one particularly haunting passage, a poet lamented, "Memory is a fragile flame, easily snuffed but vital to the soul's survival." Tensions simmered beneath the surface as the team debated how much of their findings should be shared with the outside world. Some, like Captain Novak, advocated for discretion, fearing political and corporate exploitation. Others pushed for transparency, believing that humanity had a right to reclaim its true origins. Late nights were filled with heated discussions around the campfire, the flickering flames mirroring the uncertain future that awaited them. Mara often found herself caught between the pragmatic caution of the leadership and the idealistic zeal of the researchers. One evening, as the twin moons rose above the horizon, Mara and Amina sat together beneath the stars. "Do you ever wonder," Amina mused, "if our ancestors left these messages not just to be found, but to test us, to see if we could learn from their mistakes?" Mara nodded slowly. "It's a burden and a blessing, but we must try for their sake and ours." As the expedition pressed onward, the fragments they reclaimed were more than relics. They were voices from a distant past, urging a new generation to remember and to choose wisely. The chapter ended on a note of hopeful determination, with the team poised at the threshold of deeper understanding, aware that every discovery carried the weight of responsibility. Despite the progress, challenges loomed. Environmental sensors detected subtle shifts in the planet's biosphere, and unexplained interference occasionally corrupted data streams. Rumors circulated of the Watcher's renewed vigilance, a reminder that Cradle's secrets were guarded fiercely. The team's cohesion was tested as ideological divides deepened. Mara, Jin, Amina, and Novak each wrestled with their own doubts and convictions. Yet, amid uncertainty, they remained united in purpose, driven by the fragments they had reclaimed and the stories waiting to be told. The chapter closed with a final scene in the archive chamber, the crystalline device, now stabilized, pulsed with a steady glow. Around it, the team gathered, ready to unlock the next layer of Cradle's ancient legacy. The air hung thick with anticipation. "We stand on the shoulders of giants," Mara said softly. "It's our turn to carry the torch." And with that, the echoes of the past set the stage for the future. The moment the Watchers chose to reveal themselves was unlike anything the Cradle expedition had anticipated. A sudden hush fell over the base camp, the usual hum of machines and chatter of scientists replaced by an almost sacred silence. The air seemed to thicken, charged with an otherworldly presence that prickled the skin and quickened the heartbeat. From the shadows of the ancient ruins, shapes began to coalesce, ethereal, shifting forms of light and shadow that defied solid definition. They were the Watchers, guardians who had silently overseen the planet's secrets for millennia. Dra. Alara Miles stood at the forefront, her breath catching as the luminous glyphs danced across the stone walls around her. The glyphs whispered in a language felt more than heard, resonating deep within her mind. Commander Jace Roland's steady presence at her side was a grounding force, though even he could not hide the flicker of awe in his eyes. The Watcher's arrival was a test, but its nature was yet unknown. Within the heart of the ancient archive, the team gathered as holographic projections ignited into life, bathing the chamber in a spectral glow. These projections were not mere records, they were living lessons. Scenes unfolded depicting the civilization's zenith and its catastrophic collapse, moments of hubris, wisdom, and tragedy intertwined. Then came the moral quandaries, scenarios crafted to probe the expedition's collective conscience, choices between power and preservation, knowledge and humility, progress and restraint. Tensions flared as the expedition members grappled with these visions. Sienna Kwon's voice rose in impassioned debate, warning of the dangers of repeating past mistakes if they rushed to harness the Cradle's advanced bioengineering technologies. Others argued for the imperative of embracing the legacy to propel humanity forward. Commander Roland cautioned restraint, emphasizing the need for unity in the face of external pressures and internal divisions. The Watcher's test was not merely intellectual, it was a crucible of character. The team confronted their own biases and fears, their hopes and doubts laid bare. Conflicts erupted, alliances shifted, and moments of profound empathy emerged. The ancient guardians observed silently, their judgment impartial yet penetrating. As dusk settled over the planet, Alara found herself alone beneath the fading light, the ruins casting long shadows across the alien soil. A soft pulse emanated from her palm, where a glyph had appeared, an emblem of fragile hope and tentative acceptance. The Watchers had spoken. Humanity was not yet perfect, but it was worthy of stewardship, provided it continued to learn and grow. The chapter closed on this solemn note of possibility, the echoes of the past intertwined with the promise of the future. The Cradle's legacy was now a mantle carried by imperfect but striving hands, setting the stage for the next phase of humanity's journey among the stars. The air was thick with a quiet intensity as Amina el-Said approached the heart of the ancient structure they had uncovered weeks ago, a vast chamber housing the planetary interface, a relic of unimaginable complexity and power. The walls shimmered faintly, covered in intertwined glyphs that pulsed with bioluminescent light, casting eerie blue shadows across the faces of the gathered team. The hum of dormant machinery whispered secrets of a civilization that had transcended time. Beside her, Thorne adjusted his augmented reality glasses, fingers dancing over the holographic controls that floated midair. "This is it," he murmured, eyes alight with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. "If we activate this, we are no longer just explorers, we become stewards." Amina nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle over her like a mantle. "It's more than technology," she said softly. "It's a covenant between us, the descendants, the Watchers, and Cradle itself." Outside, the towering trees of Cradle swayed gently in the alien breeze, their bioluminescent leaves pulsing softly as if responding to the momentous occasion unfolding beneath their canopy. Lyora stood nearby, her presence serene yet commanding. As a representative of the descendants, she embodied the living continuity of the ancient civilization's legacy. Her tattoos shimmered faintly, mirroring the glyphs within the chamber. "This is a sacred moment," Lyora said, her voice steady but filled with reverence. "By embracing this responsibility, we honor our ancestors and open a path for future generations." The sentinel appeared then, a shimmering form of light and shadow that drifted silently into the chamber. Its presence was at once comforting and inscrutable, a living embodiment of the Watcher's ancient vigilance. Without words, it conveyed a message of guidance and a solemn warning. The choices made here would ripple across time. As Kale initiated the activation sequence, the glyphs flared brighter, cascading streams of information unfolding holographically around them. Images of Cradle's past civilizations, their triumphs and failures, their bioengineering marvels, and their ultimate downfall played out like a living tapestry. Tensions within the team surfaced as well. Some members questioned the wisdom of such a bold step, wary of inviting external forces who might seek to exploit Cradle's secrets. Others argued that only by embracing their role as caretakers could humanity hope to evolve beyond its fractured past. Negotiations began in earnest with the descendants and Watchers, facilitated by Lyora and the Sentinel. Around a holographic table, they forged protocols to safeguard the planet, blending ancient wisdom with contemporary ethics. The air was thick with both hope and uncertainty. Outside the chamber, the camp buzzed with a fragile optimism. The shift from excavation to active participation marked a new chapter, one where humanity's future would be rewritten with reverence for origins and a commitment to stewardship. Yet, as the interface pulsed rhythmically, a subtle unease lingered. Unknown Watchers beyond their immediate circle had taken notice, and the challenges ahead promised to test the expedition's resolve like never before. In the quiet moments before dawn, Amina stood alone beneath the alien sky, the twin moons casting soft light over the awakening world. She whispered a promise not just to the team, but to the memory of those who came before and to the future that awaited. "We cross this threshold together," she said, voice steady. "Not as conquerors, but as guardians." The planet responded, its living heartbeat syncing with theirs, offering both challenge and hope. The journey was far from over, but the path forward was clear. Humanity's place in the cosmos was no longer just a question of discovery, it was a question of responsibility, legacy, and the courage to transcend the past. As the first light of Cradle's dawn painted the horizon, the expedition stepped forward, ready to shape a new destiny. The days that followed were a whirlwind of activity. Teams worked side by side with the descendants, learning to interpret ancient technologies not as relics to be mined, but as tools to be harmonized with the planet's living systems. Cal's bioengineering expertise became invaluable as they cautiously began experiments that melded Cradle's biotechnology with human innovation. Lyora shared stories and songs from her people, guiding the expedition in rituals that honored the planet's memory. The Watchers observed quietly, their luminous forms occasionally flickering into presence, offering cryptic insights that challenged human assumptions. But the deeper they delved into partnership, the clearer it became that old wounds and new ambitions could fracture even the strongest alliances. Debates flared over how much to reveal to Earth, how to manage the influx of interest from governments and corporations, and how to ensure the sanctity of Cradle against exploitation. One evening, as the twin moons rose high, Amina convened a council beneath the ancient trees. The air was thick with anticipation as voices rose and fell in passionate discourse. It was clear the expedition stood at a crossroads, not only between past and future, but between competing visions of what humanity's role should be. "We are more than archaeologists," Amina reminded them, her voice calm but resolute. "We are partners with Cradle, its descendants, and the Watchers. Our actions will echo far beyond this moment." The sentinel shimmered beside her, its form coalescing into a visage that seemed almost human. It spoke not in words, but through a flood of images and emotions of cycles, of balance, and of the fragile thread that held existence together. Moved by this profound communion, the team reached a tentative consensus to prioritize stewardship over conquest, knowledge over power, and unity over division. Steps were taken to formalize the new covenant, blending the wisdom of Cradle's ancient past with the hopes of a shared future. As the chapter closed, the expedition no longer stood at the edge of discovery, but had stepped fully into the realm of creation. The threshold had been crossed. The echoes of the Cradle carried on not as distant whispers, but as a living song guiding humanity toward its next evolution. And beyond the stars, unseen eyes watched, waiting to see if humanity was truly ready to inherit the legacy of the dawn. The late afternoon sun cast long, shifting shadows across the clearing where Drelena Morales found herself seated beneath the sprawling canopy of a towering alien tree. The leaves above shimmered with an otherworldly iridescence, their colors shifting subtly with the breeze. Lena's fingers idly traced the ancient symbols, etched into the dirt, the same cryptic glyphs they had uncovered just days ago in the ruins nearby. Each curve and line felt like a silent whisper from the past, a language lost to time yet strangely familiar. Her hazel eyes glistened with a mixture of awe and something deeper, a longing she could not easily explain. Around her, the soft rustling of leaves mingled with the distant calls of native fauna, creating a symphony both alien and comforting. Lena's thoughts drifted beyond the immediate marvels of the expedition, back to her childhood on Earth, to the stories her grandmother told of origins and belonging. Here, on Cradle, those stories had taken on new, tangible meaning. The discovery of humanity's true birthplace was not just a scientific breakthrough, it was a personal pilgrimage, a journey into the collective memory of her species. Nearby, Captain Aidan Rourke maintained his nightly vigil. The camp's perimeter was bathed in the pale glow of bioluminescent markers, but the forest beyond remained a vast, impenetrable darkness. The cold wind tugged at his jacket, carrying with it faint, eerie howls that stirred a primal caution within him. His eyes scanned the shadows relentlessly, muscles coiled and ready. Yet beneath the surface of his stern exterior lay a profound wariness, a fatigue born not only from physical strain but from the burden of responsibility. Every member of this team depended on his protection, and the stakes felt higher with each passing day. Inside the base, the hum of machinery was punctuated by the soft laughter of Mika Tanaka and Sasha Katri. The two had found a momentary refuge beside a flickering holographic fire projected from a portable unit. Mika's expressive eyes sparkled as she recounted tales from Earth of bustling cities, quiet mountain retreats, and the endless sky. Sasha's fiery hair caught the light as she grinned, sharing her own dreams of invention and exploration. Their shared stories wove a fragile tapestry of connection amid the alien landscape, reminding them both of the humanity that bound them despite the vast distances from home. Deeper still in the subterranean archive chamber, Dritara Mile D, Souza sat cross-legged amid a circle of pulsating bioluminescent flora. The soft glow bathed his face in ethereal light as he closed his eyes and inhaled slowly. The knowledge they had uncovered was staggering, the ethical implications profound. He pondered the responsibility they bore, not just as scientists, but as custodians of a legacy that had shaped human existence itself. The weight was immense, yet in this quiet moment of meditation, he found a calm resolve. As these intimate moments unfolded across the camp, invisible threads began to weave the team closer together. Conversations sparked by shared fears and hopes revealed the vulnerabilities beneath their professional facades. Lena confessed her doubts about whether humanity was ready to embrace such a radical truth. Aiden admitted his fears of failing those who depended on him. Micah mused on the impact this mission might have on human identity, while Sasha expressed her determination to harness the discoveries for a better future. Amile's voice, measured and steady, offered a moral anchor, urging caution and compassion. These silent bonds, forged in the crucible of isolation and discovery, became the expedition's quiet strength. The personal histories they shared of loss, resilience, and yearning lent new meaning to their scientific pursuit. The planet Cradle was no longer just a site of exploration. It was a mirror reflecting their own humanity, reminding them that beneath the layers of technology and ancient ruins, the enduring spirit of mankind persisted. Yet, as the night deepened, the shadows lengthened, not just outside the camp but within their hearts. The external pressures of political factions, competing agendas, and the enigmatic watchers loomed ever larger. Internal disagreements simmered beneath the surface, threatening to fracture the fragile unity they had cultivated. But tonight, for a brief moment, the expedition found solace in their shared stories, a reminder that even in silence, bonds could speak louder than words. As the stars wheeled overhead, Lena rose from her spot beneath the tree, her gaze lingering on the symbols carved into the soil. "We were not just uncovering history," she whispered to herself. "We were becoming part of it." The wind stirred, carrying with it the faintest echo of a forgotten song, as if the planet itself acknowledged their presence and their promise. The journey ahead would test them in ways they could not yet imagine. But for now, the human heart beat steadily in the silent bonds they had forged. And somewhere beyond the veil of night, the ancient legacy of Cradle waited, patient, watchful, and ever-enduring. The soft glow of the holographic projector cast long shadows across the walls of the archive chamber, illuminating the intricate symbols that danced in the air like ancient whispers given form. Lara Miles sat cross-legged on the polished floor, her eyes fixed on the looping lines and geometric patterns. Her fingers hovered just above the translucent script, trembling slightly with a mixture of reverence and excitement. This was no ordinary language. It was a tapestry woven from millennia-old wisdom, an echo of a civilization that had once thrived on this planet, long before human memory had faded to myth. Around her, the quiet hum of the expedition's base camp was a distant murmur, muffled by the thick stone walls and the solemn weight of discovery. Alara's mind raced as she connected fragments of phonetic sounds to the symbols, slowly unraveling the intricate grammar and syntax hidden beneath the surface. Each breakthrough was a thread pulling her deeper into a narrative that transcended time, a philosophy that spoke not only of knowledge and power, but of balance, restraint, and respect for the delicate interplay between technology and nature. Alara, a voice called softly, breaking her concentration. Captain Rajan Tors stepped into the chamber, his tall silhouette framed by the door's pale light. Any progress? She looked up, eyes bright. More than progress, Captain. This language, it's more than just words. It's a philosophy. They spoke of harmony and caution, a guide to living with the power they wielded. Rajan approached, his gaze settling on the swirling symbols. Can you translate enough to share it with the team? I believe so, Alara replied, her voice steady despite the whirlwind inside her. But it will take time. This isn't just a dictionary, it's a mindset, a way of understanding the world that challenges everything we thought about progress. In the adjacent command center, Mira Kaito listened intently as Alara presented her initial findings. The holographic display flickered softly, casting an ethereal light on Mira's thoughtful face. So they weren't just a technologically advanced society, Mira mused. They had a code of philosophy that governed how they used their advancements. Exactly, Alara confirmed. They believed that unchecked growth and ambition could lead to destruction. Their texts warn of a cycle advancement followed by collapse. They advocate for balance, a symbiotic relationship with their environment. Mira's eyes narrowed. It's as if they were trying to teach us, to prevent us from making the same mistakes. But how do we apply that now? We were standing on the edge of discovery and exploitation. Across the base, Alim Navid sat in the research lab, his fingers deftly adjusting the settings on a neural mapping interface. Inspired by the newly deciphered texts, he was attempting to understand how the ancient civilization's philosophy might have influenced their cognitive evolution. The soft beeping of his monitors punctuated the air, blending with the rhythmic tapping of his stylus against the console. These concepts of harmony and caution, they were not just ethical guidelines, Alim muttered to himself. They were embedded in the very fabric of their consciousness. Suddenly, his screen flashed with a new pattern, neuronal pathways that suggested a form of collective memory, a biological archive encoded within their DNA. The implications were staggering. The ancient inhabitants had engineered themselves not only technologically but biologically, embedding their philosophy into their evolution. Back in the archive chamber, Alara continued her work late into the night. The language revealed parables and metaphors, stories of a civilization that saw itself as a guardian, not a conqueror. They spoke of the flow, an unseen force connecting all life and technology, urging a mindful approach to innovation. As dawn crept over the horizon, bathing Cradle's landscape in soft pink hues, the expedition gathered outside under the twin moon's fading light. The air was cool and still, charged with the weight of their discoveries. Voices murmured in small clusters, debate sparked by the new philosophy. Captain Tors stood at the forefront, his gaze sweeping over his team. We've uncovered more than artifacts, he began. We've found a mirror reflecting our own potential futures. The question now is, how do we honor this wisdom? How do we ensure we don't repeat the mistakes of those who came before? Alara stepped forward, her voice steady but filled with passion. Their language teaches us that progress without restraint leads to ruin. They chose harmony over dominance. We must decide if we are ready to embrace that path. Mira nodded, adding, it won't be easy. Our world thrives on advancement, on pushing boundaries. But perhaps the true challenge is learning when to hold back, when to listen. A hush fell over the group as they contemplated the fragile balance between discovery and destruction. The lost language was more than a relic. It was a guidepost, a plea from the past that resonated deeply with their own fears and hopes. As the morning light strengthened, the team set to work, their approach tempered by the ancient philosophy. They would proceed with caution, mindful of the lessons etched in the symbols and stories of a civilization that had risen, flourished, and ultimately faded away, leaving behind a legacy not just of technology, but of wisdom. Yet, beneath the surface of this newfound reverence, a quiet question lingered. Could humanity truly learn from the echoes of the past? or were they destined to follow the same path to oblivion? The answer lay hidden in the pages yet to be deciphered, in the silent whispers of the lost language waiting to be heard once more. And so, with the weight of history on their shoulders, and the promise of a new understanding before them, the expedition pressed on into the heart of the Cradle's secrets, and into the uncertain dawn of humanity's next chapter. The shattered mirror hung before them, a mosaic of fractured crystal glinting under the twin suns of Cradle. Each shard reflected a fragment of light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors onto the ancient stone walls. Dra. Mara Ellison stepped forward, her eyes tracing the jagged edges with reverence and sorrow. "Look at this," she murmured, her voice barely above the whispering wind that stirred the dust around their boots. "This is us, our history, our nature. Brilliant, but broken, a mirror shattered by our own hands, scattered across time and space." Commander Ilias Voss stood beside her, arms crossed, his gaze hard but thoughtful. The expedition's discoveries had peeled back layers of human history, revealing a civilization both astonishingly advanced and tragically flawed. The ruins spoke not only of innovation but also of collapse, a duality that weighed heavily on every mind present. "It's not just a metaphor," Mara continued, turning to face the gathered team. "The ancients engineered their world with such care and vision, yet their downfall came from within. Progress and destruction are intertwined threads in our story." In the dimming light, Jan Lai knelt beside a pulsing artifact, its bioengineered surface alive with a faint, rhythmic glow. "I've never seen anything like this," he said, voice tinged with awe and unease. "This technology blurs the line between life and machine, creation and control. It embodies that duality to our potential for healing and harm." The campfire that evening was a crucible of emotion. The team gathered close, the flames casting flickering shadows on their faces as debates flared. Some argued for harnessing the ancient knowledge to accelerate human evolution, believing it essential for survival. Others urged caution, warning that repeating past mistakes could doom them all. Sarah, the liaison with the living descendants of the ancient civilization, listened silently before speaking. Her voice was soft but resolute. "We carry the legacy of those who came before. Their mistakes are our warnings. To move forward, we must remember not only their triumphs but also their failures. Balance is the path, not domination or inertia." As night deepened, Mara found herself wandering the edge of the silent city. The wind whispered through broken spires and hollowed streets, carrying echoes of a forgotten era. Stars glittered overhead, indifferent observers of the fragile hope kindling among the ruins. In that solitude, she reflected on the shattered mirror once more. Humanity's reflection was fractured, yes, but within each shard lay a chance to piece together a new image, one shaped by wisdom and humility rather than hubris. The chapter closed with Mara's whispered vow carried on the wind: "We will not be the architects of our own oblivion. The mirror may be shattered, but it is not beyond repair." As dawn approached, the expedition faced a critical choice whether to embrace the lessons of the past or to risk repeating its darkest chapters. The echoes of Cradle whispered their challenge, urging humanity toward a future forged from reflection and resolve. The hum of the laboratory was punctuated only by the soft clicks and whirs of the holographic projectors, casting delicate blue and green strands of data into the air. Dra. Mira Solis stood at the center, her fingers gliding through the shimmering genetic maps as if weaving together the very fabric of human history. The lines of Denner, once thought disparate and disconnected, now revealed a pattern, an unbroken thread linking the inhabitants of Cradle to the people who had long called Earth home. "It's more than mere coincidence," Mira said, her voice low but steady. "These genetic markers, they persist through millennia, hidden in plain sight." The team gathered around, faces illuminated by the gentle glow of the projections, eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and awe. Toleran Kosi paced slowly beside a large display mounted with images from the dig site's intricate carvings, symbols etched into stone. and fragments of pottery that bore striking resemblance to Earth's earliest known art. Her voice rose with passion as she connected the dots. These cultural motifs aren't simply echoes or borrowings. They're reliving memories. The same philosophies, the same rituals, preserved in the language of symbols. It suggests a cultural continuity that defies our previous assumptions. Her hands trembled slightly as she pointed to a crescent shape, repeated in multiple artifacts, a symbol she believed represented unity and rebirth. Captain Elias Varn watched silently, his usually stoic expression softened by the weight of revelation. As twilight deepened outside the lab's reinforced windows, he called the team together near the ruins, their silhouettes cast against the glowing remnants of a civilization once thought lost. "We stand at a crossroads," he began, his voice steady and commanding. "The knowledge we've uncovered demands responsibility. We are the custodians of a legacy that stretches beyond our own history. How we choose to carry this forward will shape humanity's future as much as its past." His words rippled through the group, a solemn promise amidst the fading light. In a quiet corner, Orin 7 projected a complex simulation animated scenes of ancient societies blossoming, evolving, and seamlessly merging into the present day. The holographic figures danced and intertwined, their stories woven together by the invisible threads of genetics and culture. The crew watched in rapt silence, the A's calm voice narrating the unfolding saga. This visualization represents continuity, not rupture. The people of Cradle are not a forgotten chapter, but the foundation upon which humanity's story is built. The room buzzed with an electric mix of enlightenment and awe. The realization that humanity's origins were not a mystery to be solved, but a continuum to be honored, reshaped the expedition's entire mission. It was no longer merely about discovery, it was about stewardship, about protecting the fragile legacy of both past and future. That night, as the stars blinked cold and distant above Cradle's alien sky, the team gathered around a small fire pit near the base camp. Conversations sparked with renewed purpose, blending scientific inquiry with philosophical reflection. They debated the ethical implications of their findings, the potential impact on Earth's societies, and the silent promise that this knowledge came with a promise to guard against repeating the mistakes of the past. Mira sat beside Tola, their faces warmed by the firelight and the shared sense of hope. "We were part of something bigger," Mira said softly. "Not just explorers, but bridges between what was, what is, and what could be." Tola nodded, eyes reflecting the flames. "It's a thread that connects us all. And now, it's up to us to make sure it doesn't fray." As the embers glowed and the night deepened, the expedition's resolve crystallized. The ancient ruins whispered their secrets not to be erased, but to endure, echoing through the ages to those who dared to listen. The threads of continuity had been found, weaving humanity's story into a tapestry far richer and more profound than anyone had imagined. But as the team drifted to rest, a subtle vibration hummed beneath the ground, a reminder that Cradle itself was alive, watching, waiting. The journey was far from over, and the next chapter was already beginning to write itself in the silent spaces between stars. With hearts full of wonder and minds alight with questions, the expedition faced the dawn of a new understanding. The line between ancient and modern blurred, revealing a shared destiny and the infinite possibilities of what it meant to be human. The threads of continuity had been uncovered, but would humanity be ready to follow them where they led? The answer lay not in the past, but in the courage to embrace the future. And so, beneath the twin moons of Cradle, the story continued, an unbroken thread stretching into the unknown, waiting for those bold enough to walk it. The last light, the horizon of Cradle blushed with the dying rays of the sun, a warm, golden-orange sweep that stretched wide across the sky, setting the ancient crystalline beacon ablaze with prismatic colors. The expedition's members gathered silently in the shadow of the towering structure, its facets catching the light and fracturing it into a kaleidoscope of hues that danced across their faces etched with exhaustion, awe, and a profound sense of purpose. Mara Ellison stood at the forefront, her gaze steady on the beacon's shimmering surface. The air was thick with anticipation, the usual hum of the planet's biosignature subdued, as if the very world itself was holding its breath. Around her, the team formed a loose semicircle. Captain Leo Varga, his posture authoritative yet softened with a rare vulnerability. Eli Navarro, nervously adjusting his glasses as he scanned the ancient scripts one last time. And Tali, the liaison from the descendants, whose presence bridged the chasm of time and culture that had separated the expedition from the planet's true history. Tali's voice broke the silence. She stepped forward, her feet bare against the cool stone, and began to speak in the long-forgotten tongue of the civilization that had birthed humanity. The words were melodic, weaving a tapestry of invocation and remembrance, resonating with a power that seemed to ripple through the crowd and even the very air around them. The meaning of the invocation was echoed in the translations Ellie had painstakingly prepared, a call to honor the ancestors, to remember the sacrifices made, and to pledge stewardship over the legacy they had left behind. Mara watched as the crystalline beacon began to pulse faintly, responding to Tali's invocation. It was time. From a specially designed containment case, Mara withdrew the bioengineered flamer creation born of ancient bioengineering techniques combined with modern science. Designed to burn with a light that could awaken the dormant systems embedded deep within the planet's architecture. The flame was held within a delicate, iridescent vessel, its surface shimmering like liquid glass. With deliberate care, Mara approached the beacon's core. The crowd leaned in, breaths collectively held in the quiet twilight. As she placed the vessel within the crystal's heart, the beacon flared to life, emitting a soft, radiant glow that bathed the assembly in gentle light. The crystal's facets shimmered brighter, casting dancing patterns across the surrounding ruins, illuminating ancient glyphs and murals previously lost to shadow. A low, harmonic vibration emanated from the beacon, a subtle resonance that seemed to pulse in time with the beating hearts of those gathered. It was as if the cradle itself was awakening, responding to the pledge made this evening. Captain Varga stepped forward then, his voice steady and clear, cutting through the reverent quiet. Tonight, we honor those who came before us not just as explorers or scientists, but as heirs to a legacy that demands our respect and responsibility. The knowledge we have uncovered is a gift and a burden. It is up to us to carry it wisely, to protect it from those who would exploit it for power, and to share it with humanity in a way that uplifts rather than divides. His words hung in the air, a solemn promise that transcended the individual, a collective commitment to stewardship, to unity, and to hope. Mara felt a swell of emotion rise within her, a mixture of relief, pride, and the quiet fear of the unknown paths that lay ahead. They had reached a pivotal moment, the turning point where discovery became responsibility. As the ceremony drew to a close, the team lingered beneath the canopy of stars emerging overhead, the beacon's light still pulsing softly, a sentinel in the gathering darkness. Conversations sparked anew, bonds strengthened by shared purpose, and a renewed sense of mission took root. The last light was more than a ceremony. It was a beacon of hope, a symbol of rebirth for a species rediscovering its origins and the promise of what could yet be. Yet, even as the light spread across the ancient stones and the faces of the gathered, unseen systems within the planet stirred. Deep beneath the surface, mechanisms long dormant hummed back to life, sending ripples through Cradle's vast, living memory. The awakening was only beginning and the journey far from over. In the quiet aftermath, Mara's thoughts drifted to the future. How would they navigate the delicate balance between revelation and preservation? What new challenges awaited as the legacy of Cradle unfolded? The answers lay in the darkness ahead, illuminated now by the last light of this day and the first light of a new dawn. The cavernous chamber inside the Cradle's central archive glowed softly with an otherworldly bioluminescence, casting long, dancing shadows on the ancient stone walls. The air hummed faintly, a persistent resonance that seemed to vibrate in harmony with the heartbeat of the planet itself. Here, beneath the surface of a world that had long guarded humanity's most profound secrets, representatives of two intertwined legacies gathered. Their presence a testament to the fragile hope that had blossomed from decades of discovery, conflict, and revelation. Mira Chen adjusted the collar of her jacket, the weight of the moment pressing down with palpable gravity. She stood near the ancient stone table, its surface etched with glyphs that shimmered faintly under the ambient light. These inscriptions were remnants of a civilization that had once flourished here, an advanced society that had transcended the limits of biology and technology, only to vanish in a cataclysm that had erased them from collective memory. Now, humanity stood at a crossroads, tasked with honoring that forgotten past, while forging a future that could avoid the mistakes of its progenitors. Across from her, Nalia, the lithy and enigmatic representative of the descendants, moved with a grace that seemed almost alien. Her iridescent skin caught the light, shifting in subtle hues of blues and greens, while her ceremonial robes, woven from threads that glowed softly in the dimness, marked her as a custodian of ancient wisdom. Nalia's eyes, deep pools of quiet strength, met Mira's with an intensity that conveyed more than words ever could, a shared understanding of responsibility and trust. Commander Elias Ford stood nearby, his broad frame a steady presence amidst the tension. His gaze swept the assembly, noting the cautious optimism that tempered every gesture, every word exchanged. The security protocols had been tightened for this occasion. The fragile peace between factions within the expedition and the descendants depended on this moment's success. Any misstep could unravel years of painstaking diplomacy. Professor Arun Patel, the expedition's ethics specialist, whispered quietly to Mira. This covenant could redefine humanity's relationship with its origins and with the unknown future. We must be meticulous. Mira nodded, her fingers hovering over the holographic interface embedded in the stone table. As the representatives gathered their devices, the ancient technology synchronized flawlessly with the modern systems, projecting a translucent document in midair. The text, a blend of Cradle's lost language and contemporary human script, detailed the terms of the covenant, preservation of the planet's cultural heritage, restrictions on exploitation of natural resources, protocols for joint research and stewardship, and commitments to transparency and mutual respect. The Watcher entity manifested nearby, a towering figure of shifting colors and light, its presence both awe-inspiring and humbling. It had guarded the planet's secrets for millennia, an ancient sentinel whose judgment would weigh heavily on the proceedings. The room fell silent as the entity's luminous form pulsed gently, as if acknowledging the gravity of the alliance unfolding. Mira stepped forward, her voice steady despite the pounding of her heart. We come not as conquerors or exploiters, but as humble seekers of knowledge and partners in preservation. This covenant is our promise to Cradle, to its people past and present, and to the future generations who will walk this path alongside us. Nalia responded, her voice melodic and resolute. The descendants of this land have waited for this day. Together, we will protect the legacy entrusted to us, ensuring that the mistakes of the past do not define the destiny of those yet to come. With deliberate care, they reached across the table and clasped hands, a gesture that transcended culture and species, symbolizing unity and shared purpose. Around them, the holographic covenant shimmered, awaiting their signatures. As the digital pens traced their marks, an electric hum filled the chamber. The ancient systems integrated the living will of the participants, sealing the agreement with a pulse of energy that rippled through the stone and into the planet itself. Outside, Cradle's vibrant biomes responded in kind. The leaves of towering trees glowed faintly, bioluminescent flowers opened their petals, and the night sky blazed with unfamiliar constellations, as if the cosmos itself celebrated the birth of this new covenant. The assembly broke into quiet conversations, anticipation mingling with relief. Commander Ford approached Mira, his voice low but confident. "This is only the beginning. We've a long road ahead, but for the first time, we walk it in partnership." Mira allowed herself a brief smile. Yes, partnership, with respect and care. That is the true legacy of the Cradle. Yet, even as hope blossomed within the chamber, shadows lingered at the edges of the human heart. Questions of how to balance progress with preservation, curiosity with caution, echoed silently. The Covenant was a beacon, but the path it lit was fraught with uncertainty. Outside, the planet breathed a living archive of memory, waiting patiently for humanity to prove itself worthy. And with that, the new chapter of human evolution began. The Grand Hall, transformed into a neutral ground for this historic moment, was a breathtaking blend of ancient architecture and modern technology. The vaulted ceiling, carved from a single monolithic crystal that shimmered with the planet's own light, seemed to stretch beyond the visible realm. Holographic displays floated midair, projecting data streams that danced alongside the inscriptions on the stone table. Delegates from both the human expedition and the descendants stood in a loose circle, their faces illuminated by the soft glow. The air was thick with anticipation, the weight of millennia pressing down in every silent breath. Mira's gaze swept over the group, noting the expressions of tentative hope, restrained excitement, and the ever-present undercurrent of anxiety. This was more than a treaty, it was a pact that would determine the fate of Cradle and perhaps of humanity itself. Nalia stepped forward, her voice carrying a melodic cadence that seemed to harmonize with the subtle vibrations in the air. "We have waited long for this day. The stories of our ancestors speak of a time when the planet was whole, when knowledge was shared freely, and respect for life was sacred. Let this covenant be a bridge between our peoples, a commitment to honor that heritage." Professor Patel raised his hand, emphasizing the solemnity of the moment. "We must also acknowledge the challenges ahead. The temptation to exploit, to dominate, to rewrite history for personal gain remains a danger. This covenant is not a shield against human frailty, but a guide to temper it." The Watcher entity's form shimmered, its presence a silent reminder of the planet's vigilance. It had observed countless civilizations rise and fall, its judgment impartial but exacting. Mira took a breath and addressed the assembly. "Together, we pledge to safeguard Cradle's legacy, to pursue knowledge with humility, and to act as stewards rather than conquerors. This is our shared responsibility." One by one, signatures appeared on the holographic document, digital imprints of flesh, energy, and will. The chamber resonated with the finality of their commitment. As the last signature was placed, a wave of warmth pulsed through the room, a subtle yet profound acknowledgement from the planet itself. Outside, the living world of Cradle responded, the forest's luminescence intensified, and distant creatures sang ancient songs in the night. Mira looked to Nalia, their eyes locking in mutual respect. "This is the dawn of a new era. May we be worthy of it." Nalia nodded, her voice soft but unwavering. "The Cradle remembers, and now, so do we." The assembly slowly dispersed, leaving the chamber bathed in the quiet glow of a promise made. Beyond the walls, the vast expanse of the planet awaited, its future intertwined with the fragile thread of this newly forged covenant. The path ahead was uncertain, but for the first time in eons, it was shared. As night deepened, Mira lingered near the entrance, looking out onto the alien horizon. The stars above were unfamiliar constellations, their patterns a silent testimony to the vastness and mystery of the universe. The soft rustle of bioluminescent leaves whispered in the gentle breeze, the planet itself alive with anticipation. Commander Ford approached quietly. "You seem lost in thought." Mira smiled faintly. "I'm thinking of what comes next. The covenant is a beginning, but the real work, understanding, protecting, evolving, starts now." Ford nodded, "And the world will be watching. We must be ready for scrutiny, for challenges. But I believe in this team, in this mission." She looked back at the glowing archive, then up to the stars. "So do I. The Cradle has given us a chance to rewrite history, not just to learn from the past, but to shape a better future. The planet seemed to hum beneath their feet, an ancient pulse syncing with the human heartbeats that dared to dream. And somewhere, deep within the core of Cradle, the echoes of forgotten origins whispered a promise that memory, legacy, and hope would endure. The new covenant was signed. But as the final words were etched into the glowing interface and the assembly dispersed, one question lingered, heavy and unspoken. How long could humanity resist the lure of power and ambition before the cycle repeated? Outside, the night shifted, the stars stretching across the sky like silent witnesses to a fragile promise. The awakening earth, the morning light filtered softly through the translucent canopy, casting mottled shadows that danced across the damp soil. Drer. Amara Teesing crouched among the fragile shoots, her gloved fingers barely brushing the tips of a cluster of luminescent plants. Slowly, as if stirred by her presence alone, the verdant tendrils unfurled, bathing her face in a gentle, otherworldly glow. Around her, the air thrummed with a subtle vibration, like the planet itself was breathing anew. This was no mere coincidence. It was the first tangible sign that Cradle was responding, that the bond between human care and alien life was awakening. Commander Elias Rourke approached silently, his boots pressing into the soft earth with practiced caution. He stood over Amara's shoulder, eyes scanning the iridescent flora that stretched towards the sky. "It's like the planet's thanking us," he murmured, voice thick with a mix of disbelief and hope. Amara glanced up, eyes shining. "Not just thanking us, Elias. It's communicating. We've spent too long thinking of Cradle as a passive landscape. It's alive in ways we're only beginning to comprehend." The team's efforts over the past weeks had been painstaking, blending advanced bioengineering with the planet's own ancient systems. They had introduced carefully calibrated nutrients, designed to awaken dormant seed banks and stimulate growth without disrupting existing ecosystems. The results exceeded expectations. Plants once thought extinct were sprouting, and microbial colonies were thriving in previously barren soil. As the sun climbed higher, Commander Rourke led the group to a ridge overlooking the valley where their base camp nestled among the awakening greenery. The horizon shimmered with iridescent hues, subtle shifts in atmospheric composition that suggested the planet's energy was realigning. The phenomenon was invisible to the naked eye on Earth, but unmistakable here, captured by their environmental sensors. "That glow," Rourke said, eyes fixed on the horizon. "It's like the planet itself is breathing life back into its veins." Sora Ven, the cultural liaison and historian, joined them, her digital tablet projecting holographic images of ancient texts. "The Watchers mentioned this in their earlier appearances," she said, voice steady but tinged with awe. They spoke of a time when Cradle would awaken fully, responding to the stewardship of its children. As if summoned by her words, the shimmering forms of the Watchers flickered into view, ephemeral and radiant. They hovered silently, their presence a comforting but profound reminder of the legacy the expedition had inherited. Sora's fingers danced across her tablet, deciphering the last fragments of a passage that spoke of harmony between life and memory, progress and preservation. "They are pleased," Sora whispered, her eyes reflecting the flickering light, but also cautious. The day unfolded with the team planting new groves, each sapling a symbol of hope and renewal. The base camp itself transformed, adorned with bioluminescent flora that pulsed gently in the twilight, casting the site in a serene glow. Around a hastily built fire pit, the team shared stories of Earth, of Cradle, and of the countless generations that had come before. "This is more than a mission," Amara said, her voice steady yet filled with emotion. "It's a covenant, to protect, to nurture, and to learn. This planet is not just our home. It's a living testament to what we can become." The night deepened, and the stars above seemed to twinkle with renewed vigor, as if the cosmos itself acknowledged the fragile yet powerful rebirth taking place below. But amid the hope, a question lingered unspoken. Could humanity truly harmonize with Cradle's living ecosystem without repeating the mistakes that had marred their past? The legacy of forgotten origins, post-human evolution, and ancient ruin loomed large, a silent echo warning them to tread carefully. Yet in this moment, with the planet awakening beneath their hands and the Watcher's silent blessing, the expedition felt a burgeoning resolve. The future was uncertain, but it was theirs to shape. As the camp settled into quiet reflection, the soft hum of resurgence rippled through the soil and air. A pulse that promised a new era, one born from the confluence of memory, stewardship, and hope. The awakening Earth had begun, and with it, the promise of a tomorrow that could finally honor the echoes of the Cradle. The air inside the main conference hall was thick with anticipation, punctuated only by the soft hum of servers quietly processing the vast streams of data extracted from Cradle's ancient archives. Around the central holotable, the core members of the expedition gathered, their faces illuminated by the pale blue light of the three-dimensional projection swirling above. Each image, each coded fragment of history, demanded careful scrutiny not just for scientific accuracy, but for the profound ethical implications it carried. Duh! Alara Miles stood near the projection, her fingers lightly brushing the glowing surface as she navigated through layers of reconstructed memories, ancient philosophies, and genetic blueprints. The sheer scale of what they had uncovered was staggering, humanity's forgotten cradle. A civilization whose reach extended beyond the stars and whose legacy had been deliberately erased to protect future generations from repeating cataclysmic errors. "We can't simply release this information without context," Alara began, her voice steady but imbued with the gravity of their responsibility. "The world isn't ready for the truth about where we come from, about the engineered nature of our evolution, or the warnings embedded in these records." Captain Jonas Vren nodded, his expression one of resolve tempered by caution. "Agreed. The political and social ramifications could be profound. We must prepare a framework for disclosure that emphasizes education, ethical reflection, and gradual integration." Amina Solis, the expedition's ethicist, leaned forward, folding her hands thoughtfully. "We face a dual challenge, honoring the legacy of Cradle while safeguarding humanity's current identity. This knowledge could either unite humanity in a shared origin or fracture it under the weight of its implications." Dear. Ryotanaka, who had spent long hours decoding genetic sequences that linked modern humans to their ancient ancestors, added quietly, "And there's the danger of misuse. Technologies derived from this archive could revolutionize medicine and biology, but without oversight, they could also lead to new forms of inequality or conflict." The discussion moved from the technical to the philosophical, weaving through questions of identity, stewardship, and the future. The team debated the merits of transparency versus protection, the risks of awakening dormant fears, and the hope of inspiring a new era of human evolution informed by the wisdom of the past. As the sun dipped below the horizon outside the base, casting long shadows across the alien landscape, Alara found herself drawn away from the meeting. She walked to the edge of the camp, where the ancient ruins stood silent and imposing against the sky painted in hues of violet and gold. The twin suns, symbolic of Cradle's unique celestial dance, bathed the stones in a warm, almost reverential light. She closed her eyes, feeling the subtle pulse of the planet beneath her feet. It was as if Cradle itself was breathing, alive with memories waiting to be honored. In that moment, Alara understood that their mission was not only scientific, but deeply spiritual, a bridge between what was lost and what could be reclaimed. Returning to the conference hall, Alara proposed a plan, a comprehensive report combining scientific data, ethical guidelines, and cultural context. To be delivered first to a trusted coalition of global leaders and scholars. This coalition would oversee the phased release of information, ensuring education and preparation preceded public revelation. The team agreed, each member contributing their expertise to shape the document. Late into the night, they worked tirelessly, refining language, anticipating questions, and preparing responses to potential controversies. Tensions occasionally flared. Some members pushed for immediate disclosure, driven by a fervent belief in transparency and the democratization of knowledge. Others implored caution, fearing the destabilization of societies still grappling with their own divisions. Through it all, Amina's steady mediation preserved unity, reminding them of their shared purpose. Finally, the moment arrived to upload the report to the ship's central database, where it would be transmitted securely back to Earth. As the data flowed into the network, a subtle vibration coursed through the ground, resonating with the planet's biosignature. It was a silent acknowledgement, a communion between human endeavor and Cradle's enduring spirit. In the following days, as the team prepared for their departure, they reflected on the legacy they were leaving behind, a legacy not just of discovery, but of responsibility, humility, and hope. The echoes of Cradle would ripple through human history, challenging old narratives and inspiring new ones. Elara stood once more at the ruins, the stars beginning to pierce the twilight. "We were not just explorers," she whispered to the wind. "We were caretakers of a story that belongs to all of us." And with that, the expedition set its sights on home, carrying the weight of knowledge and the promise of a future forever changed by the truths they had uncovered. The report's reception on Earth would be the next chapter of this unfolding saga, a chapter filled with unknowns, challenges, and extraordinary possibilities. But for now, the team on Cradle had done what they came to do. They had found the legacy and chosen to honor it with the wisdom it deserved. The journey was far from over. The last light of Cradle's twin suns bathed the plains in a warm, crimson glow, casting elongated shadows of the expedition team as they moved with measured steps toward the waiting shuttle. The air was thick with the scent of alien flora, mingled with the sterile metallic odor emanating from the ship's hull. Each footfall stirred the dry dust that had settled over months of painstaking work, a silent testament to their time spent uncovering secrets buried deep beneath this enigmatic world. Judar Leela Morgan paused for a moment, her gaze lingering on the jagged silhouette of the ancient ruins that had first drawn them here. The stones, weathered and worn, held stories etched in their every crack, stories of a civilization, both advanced and tragic, whose memory had been almost completely erased by the tides of time and cosmic fate. She swallowed hard, feeling the weight of those discoveries press upon her chest like a physical force. "We came looking for answers," she whispered, "and found more questions than we dared imagine." Beside her, Captain Elias Vaughn maintained his calm exterior, though his eyes betrayed the turmoil within. His role as leader had demanded strength and decisiveness, but in this moment, even he wrestled with the enormity of what they were leaving behind. The knowledge they carried was not just scientific data or ancient artifacts. It was a paradigm shift that could redefine humanity's very understanding of itself. Could the world bear such revelations without fracturing? Mara Ellison adjusted her headset nervously, the usual spark of energy in her eyes dimmed by the gravity of the farewell. Communication lines were already live, transmitting final reports back to Earth. She wondered how many would listen with open minds, how many would seek to exploit or deny the truth. The silence around her felt oppressive, broken only by the distant hum of the shuttle's engines warming up. In the command center, Dre. Amir Chen meticulously archived genetic sequences, his fingers dancing across the datapad with practiced ease. Yet beneath his scientific focus lay a deep, personal conflict. The genetic codes they'd uncovered hinted at a lineage far more complex and intertwined than previously imagined. The implications for human evolution, for identity, were staggering. What did it mean to be human when the roots stretched beyond Earth's soil? Jax Harrow, covered in dust and sweat, moved with mechanical precision as he dismantled equipment, the physical labor grounding him amidst the swirling emotions. He cast a final glance at the subterranean entrance they'd sealed, the gateway to hidden realms, and forgotten memories. "We were closing a door," he muttered, "but the echoes will keep ringing." As the team boarded the shuttle, the low murmur of voices blended with unspoken farewells and lingering glances. The interior was cramped but familiar, walls lined with screens displaying data streams and external views. The hatch sealed with a definitive hiss, severing their last physical connection to Cradle. The launch was smooth, the engines roaring softly as the craft lifted from the scarlet plains. From the windows, the sprawling alien landscape stretched out a tapestry of ancient cities, verdant biomes, and enigmatic ruins bathed in the fading light. The planet's surface seemed to pulse subtly, as if acknowledging their departure with a silent farewell. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with reflection. "Dra." Morgan's eyes welled with tears she refused to shed openly. "We carry more than data," she said quietly to Elias, who nodded in solemn agreement. "We carry a responsibility to honor the past, to protect the future." The conversation drifted to the unknown challenges awaiting them back on Earth. How would humanity receive their revelations? Would fear or greed prevail over understanding? The answers remained elusive, but the team knew their journey was far from over. As Cradle receded into the void, a new chapter beckoned, one where memory, identity, and hope intertwined in an uncertain dance. The echoes of the Cradle would endure, reverberating through time and space, inspiring generations yet unborn to seek their origins and embrace their destiny. The shuttle's course set toward home. The final image of the alien world lingered, a silent promise that the story of humanity's true beginnings was only just beginning to unfold. The descent from the Starliner was met with a flood of emotions: relief, anticipation, and an undeniable sense of history in the making. Dedre. Maya Chen adjusted the strap of her satchel as she stepped onto Earth's familiar soil, the hum of the airport's machinery blending with the low murmur of waiting journalists and officials. Cameras flashed, capturing the faces of the expedition team that had unlocked the secrets of humanity's true birthplace. It wasn't just a triumphant homecoming. It was the beginning of a new era. The Cradle's echoes whispered through every conversation, every headline, every scientific symposium that followed. In lecture halls across continents, Maya found herself recounting the story of the ancient civilization, her voice steady but charged with passion. The packed auditorium in New York was no exception, hundreds of eyes fixed on her as she described the discovery of the underground archives, the holographic histories that had rewritten textbooks overnight. These were not mere ruins, Maya told the crowd, but a repository of our collective memory, a testament to humanity's origins and the post-human evolution that shaped us. In the corridors of power, Commander Elias Rourke met with government official Marissa Kane. The sterile light of the government chamber contrasted sharply with the vibrant, living history they had uncovered. "The knowledge we bring back could transform everything," Elias said, his voice measured but urgent. "But it's a double-edged sword. We must tread carefully." Marissa's steely gaze met his. "The world wants answers, Commander, but it also fears upheaval. We must control the narrative or risk chaos." Their debate was a microcosm of the larger global struggle: how to integrate Cradle's revelations without destabilizing societies or exploiting the technology for power. Ethical questions surfaced swiftly about genetic manipulation, cultural heritage, and the sovereignty of ancient knowledge. Meanwhile, in a vastly different setting, Naya Patel immersed herself in the cultural renaissance blossoming in the wake of the expedition. Streets once dull with routine now thrummed with festivals celebrating Cradle's forgotten art, music, and philosophies. People from disparate walks of life found common ground in honoring the ancestors who had been erased from history but now reclaimed through shared memory. "It's a rebirth," Nia told a local radio host, her eyes sparkling. "For the first time, humanity can see itself whole again, not fractured by myths or half-truths, but connected by a deep, evolutionary thread." In the quiet of his apartment, Julian Sato pored over the genetic data decoded from Cradle's archives. The sequences hinted at technologies that could redefine medicine, longevity, even consciousness itself. Yet with every breakthrough came new questions. Was humanity ready to wield such power? Could the mistakes of the ancients be avoided? The nights grew long as Julian wrestled with his findings, the future hanging in balance between possibility and peril. Across the globe, these threads wove together scientists, politicians, artists, and ordinary citizens alike grappling with what it meant to be human in light of the Cradle's revelations. The planet's story was no longer confined to distant ruins. It reverberated in the hearts and minds of every living soul. But as the excitement swelled, subtle undercurrents warned of challenges ahead. Political factions vied for influence, ethical dilemmas multiplied, and the Watcher's silent presence remained a haunting reminder that some secrets demanded respect. In this crucible of change, humanity stood at a crossroads poised to embrace a new evolutionary chapter or risk repeating the shadows of the past. The resonance of the Cradle was not merely an echo from history. It was a call to action, a test of wisdom and courage. As Maya prepared for another lecture, her thoughts returned to the planet that had changed everything. "We carry their legacy," she whispered to herself, and with it, the hope that we might finally understand who we truly are. Outside, the city lights flickered like stars, mirroring the infinite possibilities that stretched before them, an uncharted future shaped by ancient echoes, ready to be heard anew. The dawn broke softly over the horizon of the Cradle's surface, twin suns casting elongated shadows over the expedition's encampment. Elara Miles stood at the observation platform, her gaze fixed on the shimmering light that bathed the alien landscape in hues of gold and rose. The air was cool, tinged with the scent of unfamiliar blossoms that stirred gently in the morning breeze. For a moment, the vast silence of the planet enveloped her, a quiet prelude to the monumental shifts that lay ahead. "It's beautiful," whispered Aidan Cross beside her, his voice barely rising above the wind. His eyes sparkled with a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. "This place." "It's a beginning." Elara nodded, her thoughts racing back over the months since their arrival, months marked by staggering discoveries, harrowing dangers, and the slow unraveling of truths buried in the soil of an ancient world. Cradle was no mere planet. It was the crucible where humanity's earliest ancestors had forged their existence. Now, the knowledge they carried was poised to ripple outward, altering the very fabric of human understanding. In the heart of the base, Aidan was already at work. His fingers danced across holographic interfaces, weaving together strands of genetic code, ancient sequences embedded deep within Cradle's ruins combined with cutting-edge human bioengineering. The laboratory hummed with energy, a chorus of machines that seemed to pulse with life itself. "The synthesis is stable," Aidan announced, eyes wide as the glowing Denner spirals responded to his commands. This could redefine what it means to be human. Yet, amidst the scientific triumph, caution lingered. Professor Cato Wren had spent hours crafting the message they would share with the world, a message not just of discovery, but of responsibility. In the makeshift auditorium, a global broadcast transmitted live to billions across Earth. Kaito's voice carried the weight of history and the promise of a new dawn. "We stand today at the threshold of a profound transformation," he said, his silver-streaked hair catching the light as his gaze swept over the holographic images of Cradle's ruins and its living descendants. "The echoes of our forgotten origins call us to rethink our place in the cosmos and our duty to the legacy we inherit. This is not merely an awakening of science, but of the human spirit itself." The world listened, captivated by the fusion of ancient wisdom and modern insight. Debates sparked across continents, philosophical, ethical, and political conversations ignited as humanity grappled with the implications of their newfound heritage. Some feared the unknown, wary of tampering with forces beyond comprehension. Others embraced the promise of evolution, eager to step into a future shaped by the lessons of the past. Meanwhile, Commander Nayat Singh prepared for the journey home. As she piloted the shuttle through the vast silence of space, the stars stretched endlessly before her, a tapestry of light and shadow. Memories of Cradle, the enigmatic ruins, the vibrant biomes, the silent watchers flooded her mind. The weight of their discoveries settled heavily on her shoulders, tempered by a cautious optimism that humanity could rise to the challenge. "We carry more than data," Nia mused quietly, her voice lost to the hum of the engines. "We carry hope." Back on Cradle, the team gathered one last time beneath the alien skies. They spoke in hushed tones of the journey's end and the new beginning it signified. Alara raised her voice, steady and clear. "This is our dawn, not just for us, but for all who will come after. Let us be worthy of the legacy we have uncovered." The twin suns climbed higher, bathing the world in radiant light. Somewhere, deep within the planet's living memory, the echoes stirred, resonating with the promise of a future where humanity's origins and destiny intertwined. The new evolutionary chapter had begun, written not just in genes or stone, but in the hearts and minds of those brave enough to listen. As the shuttle pierced Earth's atmosphere, the horizon blazed with the colors of dawn. A new era waited, one forged from the fusion of past and present, science and spirit, memory and hope. And the story of humanity was far from over. End of. The shuttle groaned softly as it cut through the thick atmosphere of Cradle, the planet's unfamiliar hues casting an otherworldly glow on the viewport. Below, vast stretches of emerald forest sprawled beneath towering violet-tinged mountains, their peaks obscured by swirling mists that shimmered faintly in the twin suns' fading light. Justa Mara Voss pressed her palm against the cold glass, her breath fogging the surface momentarily before dissipating. The moment was surreal, a planet so like Earth, yet wholly alien, and now humanity's newest frontier. Captain Elias Chen sat rigidly in his pilot's chair, eyes scanning the readings flickering on his console. Approaching designated landing zone, he announced, voice steady but carrying the weight of responsibility that came with command. Around him, the crew prepared for descent, their faces a mixture of determination, curiosity, and the unspoken fear of the unknown. As the shuttle pierced the atmosphere, the soft hum of the engines was swallowed by the vastness outside. Dra. Anika Patel tapped her tablet, running last-minute scans for atmospheric composition and signs of life. "Conditions stable," she reported. "Oxygen levels breathable. No immediate hazards detected beyond the usual planetary anomalies." Sergeant Jamal Rise adjusted his tactical gear, eyes sharp and alert. "Keep your eyes open. We don't know what's waiting for us down there." The shuttle touched down with a gentle thud on a clearing edged by ancient stone structures, partially reclaimed by the relentless grip of nature. Vines crept along weathered walls, and moss-blanketed fractured statues whose features had been eroded by millennia. The architecture was unlike anything recorded in human history, massive monoliths carved with symbols that pulsed faintly with an ethereal light. Dre. Voss was the first to step onto the soil of Cradle, her boots sinking slightly into the soft earth. She knelt beside a stone slab, brushing centuries of dust away with reverent care. The symbols she revealed were intricate, composed of interlocking shapes and lines that defied immediate comprehension. "These markings, they predate any known human civilization," she murmured, awe-threading her voice. Around her, the team set to work, establishing a base camp with modular shelters and advanced scanning equipment. Captain Chen coordinated the efforts with practiced efficiency, aware that every moment was precious. "Secure perimeter," he instructed Sergeant Reyes. "We don't know what's out there, but we're not alone." As twilight descended, the ruins took on an almost mystical quality. Shadows stretched across the stones and soft, unidentifiable sounds whispered through the trees. Inside the main chamber, a holographic projector flickered to life at Anika's command, casting a three-dimensional map of the ruins into the air. The team gathered around, faces illuminated by the pale light. "These structures suggest a complex society," Anika explained, tracing symbols in the air with her finger. "One that understood advanced technologies and perhaps bioengineering. Mara's gaze was fixed on the hologram, her mind racing with possibilities and the implications. If this civilization predates us, then everything we thought about humanity's origins could be wrong. Tensions simmered beneath the surface as the team pondered the consequences of their discovery. Some saw opportunity and enlightenment. Others, like Sergeant Reyes, saw danger lurking in the shadows of forgotten history. Night deepened, and the camp's lights cast long beams into the encroaching darkness. The planet breathed around them alive, ancient and inscrutable. As Mara looked up at Cradle's twin moons rising above the ruins, she whispered, "We have only just begun to uncover the echoes of our past." But with discovery came questions, and with questions, uncertainty. The story of humanity was about to be rewritten, and the cost was yet unknown. The expedition's first steps on Cradle marked not just a beginning but a profound awakening, one that would challenge the very foundations of identity and history. The ruins whispered secrets, waiting to be heard. And as the team settled for their first night, a distant rumble echoed a reminder that some memories were buried for a reason. What awaited them in the shadows could change everything. Yet, even as doubts and fears crept in, hope remained. Hope that the forgotten cradle of humanity might reveal the truths long lost to time, the stories etched into stone, woven into biology, and encoded in the very fabric of the planet itself. The journey had begun, and there was no turning back.